Action Global Forum, the very first organized by the United Nations Development Programme. I am Femi Okai. I am your forum facilitator, and as a journalist, it is my job to ask questions. So I know you have a few questions yourself. So first of all, why are we all here? Well, that is because to emphasize that development can be the core to a peace building process, making sure that we have peace, that conflict, that wars do not break out because of the work that people in the development field are doing and can do. So how will we do that? Good questions. You have some excellent questions already. Unpacking conflict prevention and peace building strategies. That is what we're going to be doing over the next 2 days. Also, looking at various different peace building approaches, looking at innovative peace building processes, looking at technology, merging with peace building and development processes. There will be 6 sessions over the next 2 days. We will bring experts from in the field into this forum. And this isn't a forum where we are just speaking at you. You are the experts as well. I know that is why you have joined this Prevention in Action forum. So you see the little chat box. There will be bilateral conversations happening all the way through. I know that. I love it. I will be in there chatting to you as well. And also the Q&A box. That is how you get your questions to the various moderators of the sessions. Type in your question. The moderators will see it, curate it, and then hopefully you just push them through into the conversation. So we start officially with a welcome to you from Asako Okai, the Assistant Administrator, Director for the Crisis Bureau at the UNDP. Asako, it is so good to see you. Nice to see you. Join me here on our Zoom webinar platform. How are you feeling at this moment? How is it for you? This is the very first Prevention in Action Global Forum. The world is watching.
Femi, thank you. I feel so reassured that you're moderating for us. I'm so excited. I'll get to my remarks. This is going to be the opening for the Prevention in Action Global Forum, as well as it marks the official launch of UNDP's Development Dialogues, Rethinking Solution to Crisis in the Decade of Action. So if I may, I would start by greeting the excellencies, distinguished panelists, participants from all around the world, friends and partners. I am so honored to be here today among leading voices of global development, conflict prevention, and peace building community. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this exciting dialogue, and then also the global forum for the prevention in action. Within a few short months of its emergence, COVID-19 pushed the entire world into crisis. The world has experienced the first decline in human development since UNDP started measurement 30 years ago. Going by current projections, by 2030, 1 in 4 people will live in a crisis context. Among them, 75% will live in extreme poverty and 38% will be children. This stark and powerful reminder compelled UNDP to rethink how we work in responding to and preventing crisis. Over the course of next 4 months, UNDP aims to shine a spotlight on the most urgent action required to support those living in crisis to move towards sustainable development. In the face of this development emergency, business as usual is just not enough. Bold and agile new approaches are needed that can rapidly respond to evolving drivers of crisis and catalyze a transformative change. The dialogue series will be organized under 5 dimensions: development for peace, for prosperity, for planet, for people, and partnership for development. The first in our series is this Prevention in Action Global Forum, focusing on development for peace. firmly anchored in the Secretary General's prevention, peacebuilding, and sustaining peace agenda, and the imperatives to achieve the SDGs, UNDP has been leading internal and external dialogues and reflections to articulate an integrated prevention offer that enables countries toward development pathways. UNDP's prevention offer puts forward a strong development lens to act early and at scale in conflict and crisis prevention and peacebuilding. Its objectives are threefold: to stabilize and protect hard-won development gains, to mitigate risks of relapse or recurrence, and to build institutional and community resilience to sustain peaceful development pathways. This will allow UNDP and partners to deliver solutions to complex problems based on data, evidence, and analysis. The offer is integrated vertically by addressing systematic, structural, and operational prevention imperatives, including climate change, governance and institutions, and national capacities for peace. It is horizontally integrated by offering knowledge, policy and programming as country support, and financing solutions across the prevention continuum of outbreak, escalation, continuation, and recurrence. Our contribution to conflict prevention and peacebuilding is part of our development work to strengthen capacities for reducing multidimensional risks in accordance with national policies and priorities, supporting nationally and regionally led efforts. As a development organization, we seek and support transformative, integrated, and sustainable solutions that are localized and embedded in resilient, responsive, accountable institutions. Critical in this effort will be reinforcing and harnessing expertise across the humanitarian development and peace nexus. The common theme that threads the entire dialogue series is partnership for development. Achieving the SDGs necessitate us to work together. Our partners want to see us working together. They want integrated solutions at scale with sustainable impacts. As we will hear during this forum, the role of the private sector, academia, technology, and civil society are also vital to these efforts. With this forum as a starting point, UNDP is committed to providing space for this policy dialogue, exchanges and learning, and for measuring impact of our integrated action. UNDP will continue to strengthen tools and mechanisms to support this cause. I am hopeful that the urgency that brings us together in this forum and the courage and hope to overcome these many challenges will foster an even more robust spirit of partnership and collaboration among this community across the development peace pillars. I look forward to learning about new perspective over the next 2 days, over the next 4 months and beyond. Thank you very much. Look forward to the discussion. And over back to Femi.
Thank you very much, Asako. I'm drawing life and vibrancy from your enthusiastic welcome remarks. Welcome, virtual delegates. This is Prevention in Action Global Forum, brought to you by the UNDP. This is not just happening on this webinar. I want you to spread the word far and wide using social media. Hashtag Prevention Forum, hashtag Development for Crisis, and that 4 is the number 4. Now, a keynote address, the whole idea of a keynote address is to unify the people convened, to inspire them, to set up what are the key issues, and to make sure that everybody is ready for the forum ahead. Dr. Bandar Hajjar, I know you are up to the task. Welcome, President of the Islamic Development Bank. So good to see you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mourad Wahba, Associated Administrator, UNDP, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I want to express my appreciation to the UNDP for inviting me to speak at this prestigious forum. Since 1975, as a South-South multilateral development institution, the Islamic Development Bank Group has been engaged in improving the quality of life of more than 1.7 billion people worldwide. It has been promoting social and economic development in its 57 member countries, with total financing about $150 billion, in addition to 70 billion business insured. Based on its 10-year strategy and ISDP President 5-year program, the bank has adapted a new development model to become a more forward-looking institution, proactively providing integrated development solutions. So this innovative model, we can quickly deploy financial and human resources and be at the frontier of development, especially in fragile states affected by conflict. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, fragility means the inability to withstand political and social upheavals, shocks, and natural disasters. By 2030, up to 2/3 of the world's extreme poor could live in a fragile and violent setting. According to the UNHRC report 2020, the number of global refugees and IDPs reached over 79 million, the highest figure since the Second World War. More than 2/3, about 68% of all refugees worldwide came from just 5 countries. 3 of them are ISDP member countries: Syria, Afghanistan, and Somalia. And 8 of the top 12 refugee hosting countries are also ISDP member states. 18 of the 31 countries categorized by the World Bank in 2020 as fragile and conflict-affected states are ISDP member countries. 28 of the 57 countries deemed fragile by OECD State of Fragility report of 2020 are ISDP member countries. The least developed countries cannot create jobs for millions of young male and female entering the labor market every year. About 10 million young people, male and female, enter the labor market every year. By 2030, this number can increase tenfold. This situation has economic, social, and political impact on these countries. It contributes more to fragility, making development rather difficult due to increased poverty rates and the decline in economic performance. We need to help these countries build sustainable economies and resilience. And this requires focusing on developing human resources. It also requires focusing on sectors and industries in which each country has comparative advantages, improving their enabling environment. Cooperation between industrial countries and developing countries can create win-win solutions. If this is not done, immigration will continue from least developed countries to industrial countries in Europe, in the United States, and others. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed decades of poverty reduction and development advancement. According to the IMF, the global economy is estimated to decline by 3.5% pushing millions of people back into poverty for the first time in 20 years, building more resilient societies and institutions requires stepping up the collective efforts to develop measures to prevent conflict and build peace and resilience. Traditional and classical approaches alone can neither tackle drivers of fragility and bring stability and peace, nor achieve the central promise of the 2030 agenda of leaving no one behind. There is a need to have innovative, transformative mechanism, policy, and strategy to tackle these critical challenges. The ISDB Fragility and Resilience Policy, which we developed in close collaboration with our partner, including UNDP, has 4 critical pillars. First, investing in prevention to address the drivers and root causes of fragility and instability. Second, transitioning from relief to development, supporting member countries to manage the transition and bridge humanitarian development peace access. Third, supporting recovery and resilience, and fourth, mobilizing resources for resilience. ISDB has established critical strategic funds, namely the Transform Fund, investing in science, technology, and innovation, and entrepreneurship development. The Green Spook Fund and the Economic Empowerment Fund, leveraging innovative financing to support member states. ISDB believes it is vital to mainstream climate change in all its current and future operations, taking climate change risks and opportunities into consideration. ISDB ensures that this development project and interventions increase the community's resilience. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, making development assistance more effective requires better coordination of donor efforts, which means improving cooperation among the donors countries and the international financial institutions. That is why the ISDB Group New Business Model's main component is enhancing partnership vertically and horizontally. The bank's strategy is anchored in supporting and strengthening South-South cooperation to address fragility for sharing and instability by facilitating platforms for sharing learning and experience and supporting collective knowledge products through its reverse linkage program. The bank builds member countries' human and organizational capacity to deliver their mandates and services to all communities adequately. In this regard, I will speak about some of the ISDB efforts to support member countries affected by conflict. ISDB and UNDP have a long-standing partnership, providing essential support to the Palestinian people in agriculture, electricity, and housing projects. ISDB has always sought to support the Syrian people, whether through emergency relief, hosting internally displaced persons and refugees in neighboring countries through UN institutions and global civil society organizations. The bank has approved $100 million contribution to the emergency health project in Jordan as part of the global concessional financing facility to address the challenges arising from the Syrian refugee crisis and 150 million to Lebanese. In Yemen, the ISDB group has contributed to financing many development projects on roads and society and social safety nets. ISDB group contributed their exceed $1 billion at the virtual donors conference for Yemen hosted by Saudi Arabia in June 2020. ISDB committed $100 million in the financing, including $33.6 million package for COVID-19 pandemic recovery. ISDB and UNDP collaborated on a joint socioeconomic assessment in Yemen in 2012 and joint damage and need assessment in 2015, together with the World Bank and European Union. The bank cooperates with King Salman Humanitarian Aid for Relief Center in implementing the urgent support rehabilitation program for Yemen. Zalo is one of the contributors to the $2.5 billion Life and Livelihood Fund, along with Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UK Aid, and Qatar Fund for Development, launched by the ISTV group and its development partner. LLF support the poorest people in the bank's member state. In response to pandemic, ISTV group has rolled out strategic preparedness and response program with the $2.3 billion response package, in addition to various joint initiatives with others. An important lesson we can learn from the COVID-19 crisis is that the current challenges are beyond any single country's capacity. The international development community must take immediate action to better adapt to the changing need of the post-COVID-19 world, which demands more international cooperation than ever. We will continue working with all international development partners, as we do, for example, with UNDP under the NGOs Empowerment Program, a platform to empower 500 local NGOs in countries like Lebanon, Somalia, Turkey, Indonesia, Tunisia. Through such effort, we contribute to regional development that helps prevent conflict and enhance peace. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I prolonged the speech.
Dr. Bandar Hajjar, thank you so much for your keynote address, much appreciated. The Prevention in Action Global Forum is brought to you and convened by the UNDP. We can have bilateral conversations in the chat. You can jump in there, virtual delegates. If you have a specific question or comment that you want to make, use the little Q&A box and we will do our best to bring you into the conversation. I did say that this global forum was convened by the UNDP. Hello, Samuel Rizk from the UNDP. Nice to see you. Unmute yourself. Join me on the main stage. Sam, I'm just thinking for people who are not familiar with your work, because we're hoping to go further than the UNDP, further than your partners and stakeholders. How would you describe, Sam, what you normally do on a day-to-day basis?
What we do is being the or one of the biggest development entities, globally speaking, is we basically look at the different development contexts that exist that allow us to be able to operate. And I think this strategic plan that we are currently working on from 2018 to 2021 sees us working in three, broadly speaking, development contexts: the poverty context, the structural transformation,
right,
and the resilience. And I think we offer different kinds of integrated solutions as different teams, different bureaus, from headquarters to regional hubs to country offices, along the policy and programming and partnerships that enable us to reach our goal. How Dr. Hajjar explained some of the difficulties of operating as a development bank, as a development entity now in some of these really difficult, fragile and conflict-affected settings is really part of the reason, or maybe the major reason, that we are having this forum. Hence the rethinking of what a development entity is able to do in this difficult context. So pleased to have a lot of partners joining. We're starting the first session, as you mentioned, 6 sessions to go.
So Sam, do you know what I noticed? Because I'm just going to hand over to you because I know you want to get started. But do you know what I noticed is that your speakers, like, here's high level, and then here are your speakers. I am so impressed when the people who make the decisions are coming to the table. You've convened them. This is going to be a really powerful dialogue and discussion. Sam Risk, I'm handing it over to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Femi. Thank you, Assistant Secretary General Okai, Dr. Hajjar. It's a real pleasure to have you opening the forum. We're starting now with the first session on development as a conflict prevention and peace building strategy and approach as a road and a destination. And I'm really thrilled to be joined by very distinguished panelists, as you mentioned, Femi, decision makers, experienced, well-placed in their own entities, and broadly speaking in the development world. Mr. Mourad Wahba, Acting Associate Administrator for UNDP, Ambassador Bankole Adeo, Commissioner-elect for Political Affairs, Peace and Security in the African Union, just 1 or 2 weeks in, a pleasure to have you with us. Dr. Hilde Hardeman, Director and Head of Service for Foreign Policy Instruments, the EU Commission, and of course, Dr. Stephen Oswald, Director General, the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, Germany. It's a real pleasure to have you all with us today in this opening session. This is an opportunity for us to be able to have a discussion with key decision makers and development practitioners. And it's wonderful to have you all with us today. Over the next 55 minutes or so, I'll start with an opening question to each of you. And I hope we get to the point where we're seeing some questions and comments from the chat, and I'll revert to you as well with some of those questions. This is the start of the discussion. So we're looking at the broad spectrum of the development, prevention, and peace work. And let me start by inviting Mourad to basically tell us a little bit about where he sees UNDP and the development system, broadly speaking, over the past several years or so. Our strategic plan, like I mentioned, enables us or mandates us to operate in these 3 development contexts. That was 4 years ago when we developed that. Where do you see us now, Mourad? Where do you see the comparative advantage of development entities, broadly speaking, even beyond UNDP? And then just take a look ahead at the decade of action. Where are we going to be in 2030 with or without the strong role of development entities? Mourad, over to you.
Thanks, Sam, and Excellencies, colleagues, friends all. I think, Femi, you started off with some questions, and I'd like to continue along those lines. So I hope you'll forgive me that just taking a leaf out of your book by having a few more questions of my own. And the first question I have is, can you prove a negative? Prevention, the point of prevention, the purpose of prevention is to prevent a war. So how can you prove that your activities actually did prevent conflict? And it's in there, I think, that we can have the start of a dialogue. Because in the past year, and I think since 2019 really, we've seen an increase, certainly in military spending, the highest increase since 2010, and we've seen an increase in conflicts around the world, new conflicts emerging, old conflicts continuing. The peace that the Secretary General had called for wasn't followed. So then, what of prevention? What was the role of prevention? And I think it's a very important question, one we shouldn't sort of just elude. For UNDP, for the UN Development Programme, about half our work, 46% of our work over the past decade has been in conflict countries. And say for the last 5 years, we've spent over $12 billion doing it. So clearly, while we have this sort of questioning, and I'm going to come back to that on the purpose of prevention, on what we call prevention, what it leads to. And while our success, I think, in prevention has been more aspirational than we would have liked to see, we are as an organization, as the United Nations, first of all, but also as a UN development program, really inexorably drawn to proposing development solutions to lasting conflicts, and indeed to proposing development solutions that we hope will prevent the emergence of new conflicts. And by conflicts, I don't want to stop at your classical military conflict, as we've seen, say, this year, but also in civil conflicts, evidently, in conflicts within, should we say, states that are officially at peace, when security institutions attack unarmed protesters. That's a form of conflict. And finally, and I will not, or two more perhaps, the one which is very important for me is conflict in the home, which is what the Secretary General had called for, peace in the home. And this is mainly gender-based violence. I think remains, in fact, has increased as a scourge of our civilization. And what we're seeing now, which is conflict with nature and nature striking back. So I think there are elements of conflict present everywhere, and prevention is not an activity we do in addition to our development work. But it is, in fact, the very essence of what we call development today, and we cannot go beyond that. So my second question, if you agree with me that conflict is inherent and conflict prevention is inherent to development, is there a different approach that is possible to what we've been doing over the past 2 years? And there, sorry, Sam, I'm not answering your question directly, but I will come to it. That you are, and you can also give me a signal when you want me to shut up. I can also, I do that. So is there a different approach? And I think there is. There are two approaches in my view. There's the first sort of do no harm principle that we need to have as development practitioners, which is we need to analyze all our development interventions to ensure that they are sensitive to conflicts and that we do not inadvertently encourage one party over another, or that we lead through our interventions to conflict. And that has happened in the past. So that, and it is a lesson that we need to learn. But the second one, which is to develop our toolbox within the development practitioners' art, if I may, to including positive prevention measures. And I'm looking here at support for rule of law, support for the core government functions, support for an analysis, if you like, of climate risk, of what we broadly call governance, but I think that also needs to be unpacked as an issue, and integrating both women and youth as main drivers for a development at peace with itself, at peace in the community, and at peace with nature. We're pioneering this already in UNDP in about 80 countries, where we're looking at local leaders and dialogues and encouraging social cohesion so that our development interventions really are preventive of possible future conflict. We're also looking at equal access to service delivery by the state. Because the perception, even if it's only a perception, and unfortunately often it is a reality, but the perception that inadequate access to state services for one group or another often leads in itself to conflict. In Mali, in Niger, in Liberia, we're working with UN Women, with UN Population Fund, but with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to implement an EU-funded program called Spotlights to prevent gender violence. So we are integrating prevention tools in, if you like, development approach. And finally, I think we're working with youth, and in Colombia, we had 100,000 young people trained to become activists in the peace process. And we believe that in this way, not only are we strengthening peace, but we're preventing the emergence of future conflicts. So what then can we do that is different? And that would be my last point, my third question. I think, to go back to my first point, we need to be much more data-driven. We need to develop, just as we've been working on monitoring and evaluation systems for the prevention of violent extremism, we need to get our tools ready to know what we're doing, whether what we are doing is actually contributing to the prevention of conflict, as broadly defined as it is, whether we can say for certainty today, well, look, we don't know, but we believe that our actions have prevented conflicts in society. And this is what we need to do more of, and this is what we need to do less of. So we need to be much more data-driven in our analysis. The second area, I would argue, is to have conflict sensitivity analysis in all our programming, and not only in conflict countries. And third, and that for me is inescapable, is to work with national leadership. You cannot have a lasting impact on prevention if you're parachuting interventions from New York. You have to work within the national context, within the real dynamics of society, and to understand these better. And finally, perhaps I would argue, we need to take a much more unabashed and direct approach to classical conflict prevention, to training mediators, to training social mediators. We've been doing it. We need to do a lot more of that. And with that, I hand over to you. I hope I didn't take too long.
Absolutely not. Thank you very much, Mourad. I think, like I mentioned, and like Femi mentioned, and the colleagues, this is an opportunity to also ask questions of ourselves and to dig a little deeper into the policy and the practices that exist. If we are to get to 2030, if we are to reach that ambitious agenda, I do think we need the aspirational qualities that you mentioned, Mourad, and I think that's very important to us. What I got from the first several presentations so far is that the context appears bleak, but there are a lot of really bright examples that are moving ahead. We heard that from Dr. Hajjar, we heard that from Mourad, and I think our next speaker will also offer an opportunity in his first couple of weeks of his job. Ambassador Adeo, welcome. You have just been elected as the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union. I think when you look around the continent, a fair look would say you have a lot of challenges ahead of you, but certainly a lot of opportunity as well. There's been a strong call for African development voices to support African development and peace. The AU in many cases has been working very well as an instrument of prevention and peace, although we can all do more, of course. Where do you see some of the challenges, and from the perspective of a partnership, how do you see a partnership with the UN, with UNDP, with multilateral entities, providing a little bit more of this energy long-term for development as a lens for prevention and peace building on what we've heard from the speakers so far. Ambassador Adeo, over to you.
No, thank you very much for having me. And let me also clarify that I will only be taking office in the next 2 weeks. So I am still Commissioner-elect, and I will only assume duty on the 12th, 15th of March. Therefore, I will not be speaking directly as the voice of the African Union. I'll be speaking in my personal capacity But I must say that it's an honor for me to be privileged to be here and to really emphasize a lot has been said, and most of them actually relate to the issues that I will want to highlight. Africa is facing an existential threat, but we have huge opportunities for growth, huge opportunities for sustainable development, huge opportunities to actually spearhead the implementation of our own agenda, our long-term vision, the Agenda 2063, in addition to the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has put on board. But I must emphasize that if we speak to the issues, terrorism, violent extremism, kidnappings, sexual-based violence, border disputes, we have all of them on our continent that we are dealing with currently. And the African Union, under the leadership of the chairperson of the Commission and the leaders, 55 of us in the AU system, we've come a long way through the Peace and Security Council to emphasize that political leadership to address this recurrent crisis. And we must emphasize that the COVID-19 pandemic has further aggravated the situation. So you speak from the Sahel to the Lake Chad Basin, to now Mozambique, to the Horn of Africa, to Somalia that we already have in decades. We still have a lot to Libya. We have a lot to chew. But the most important fact is that the AU has all the policy tools. Our toolkit is full of conflict prevention, conflict management, and conflict resolution mechanisms. It is how we put to play the actual implementation. And I believe that's your question. And I would like to address these opportunities before I go to the UN and the AU partnership with three factors. The first is that we need to look differently and see development as freedom. We all recall Amartya Sen, the Indian economist, Nobel Prize winner, who wrote that development is actual freedom. It is a set of linked freedoms that will bring about political freedom, transparency, empowerment, freedom of opportunity. This is very, very critical, that if we see development as freedom, and then we can actually reduce and prevent conflicts as the goal. How do we build a synergy with the UN? How do we build synergy with our regional economic communities? How do we build synergy with stakeholders, with development partners? And I think this is where we need to address those lingering political crises that we've had on the continent. And we've had so many issues that have related, that do not really push Africa in the new scheme of things. So we really have to continue to work together, promote smart and inclusive partnership, build integrated capacity for conflict management. That is very, very critical, because the UN Security Council, the UN agencies, including the UNDP, have shied away from the real areas of support needed by the African Union. And I'll get to that. And that is why, without much ado, I want to go to the second point, which I'm trying to use as a cross-cutting theme for this presentation, which is the right to development. The right to development has been one area of the economic, social, cultural rights approach that we have not emphasized enough. It is hardly mentioned. We all focus on the political and civil rights to the detriment of an African Union focused, UN supported approach to pushing for the right to development. We believe that that right to development can be a pathway to conflict prevention, because it has in its full package a number of areas that can assist in getting things done. So it's promoting the nexus between peace, security, and development. And we believe that the right to development will give first full sovereignty to the population when it comes to natural resources. We know that we are talking of the types of the emerging threats that we have on our continent, and I can tell you for sure, climate-induced conflict is number one. it is really getting worse. The impact has been devastating, and it is important for us, from the perspective of right to development, to push for that full sovereignty and full democratization of natural resources on our continent. The second one has to do with the popular participation in development. Democracy, good governance, political space being given to civil society will assist us in moving forward. Of course, equality of opportunity, and of course, creating that favorable condition to make sure that both political civil rights and economic, social, and cultural rights are seen as top priorities simultaneously. That is very, very critical. The third point I'm making as cross-cutting is the need for the African Union to invest fully in conflict prevention and peace building. This is important because, as I said, we already have the mechanisms, we have the tools, we have the panel of the wise, we have the FEMWISE, we have the African Standby Force, but most of these mechanisms have not been fully operationalized to the point where we will need to scale up our cooperation with the UN and the UNDP in particular. And that brings me to the second part of your question, which relates to how do we build that partnership? How do we make that partnership inclusive? How do we make it smart? How do we make it effective? Because over the years, as the other panel members have spoken, we have been collaborating, but we need to scale up and re-energize this partnership for impact. And I think one of the areas that we should focus on will be first post-conflict reconstruction and development. The UNDP in particular can really scale up and make impact in this regard. It is also important that we look at support for the regional economic communities and the regional mechanisms. As you are aware, the idea is that, for instance, when I assume duty, I plan to establish an inter-regional knowledge platform on sharing experiences between countries on conflict management, conflict prevention, on mediation, and peace building. For example, the multinational joint task force that is working in the Lake Chad Basin has done a lot. And then we have the G5 Sahel joint force that is about coming up, and it is still looking at, with MINUSMA, looking at best areas to make sure that there's synergy. And we can share experiences. Now we do not have that platform. That platform needs to be there. And I think it will be very critical to look at such opportunities. Another point is for the UNDP to scale up support for our collaboration with AU development agencies, AU good governance frameworks. You know, we have the African Governance Architecture, AGA, and we have the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. We believe now that this is the time for the integration. And as you are aware, the AU itself has already, our leaders have already come up with the institutional reform, and now the two departments have been merged. And that's why I'll be the first African to lead the political affairs, peace and security joint portfolio. And that is the essence of, it's just not the institutional merger, but the actual change of mindset from our partners, from ourselves in the AU system, and also, of course, the global scene. Let me also, without much ado, speak about two areas where I think the UNDP should also scale up support. Human rights, as I said, particularly right to development. A number of our civil society do hardly speak about this right. It is fundamental. It's over 30 years. I was in New York 3, 4, 5 years ago when we celebrated the 30th anniversary of this important right. But it is hardly mentioned, even in the AU Commission, Human and People's Rights body that is supposed to be the leading face to champion human rights. And I think this will be very good for the UNDP to support and collaborate. I will be speaking to some of these issues once I become formally the commissioner. The second point is about local governance and devolution of powers. I think it is very, very critical. Let me quickly go to the UN Security Council. I think our support in the peace and security area is geared towards this, but we need to reinvigorate the current structure of our joint annual consultations with the UN Security Council. Our A3, the African 3, currently Kenya, Tunisia, and Niger will need to work on behalf of the continent more when it comes to conflict prevention to make things happen. It is important that the last speaker also mentioned how we energize the women, the youth in peacemaking, in peace building, and peace enforcement. And I think that's one area where the UN will need to do more, both the UN as a whole and the UNDP. How do we, in the 21st century, in the fourth revolution, industrial revolution, and we are still speaking about the post-1945 Second World War, the structure of the UN Security Council, indeed the structure of peacekeeping is archaic. Peacekeeping will not defeat Boko Haram, will not defeat the various fundamentalist groups in the Sahel, will not defeat what we are having in Mozambique, will not be able to defeat Al-Shabaab in Somalia. So we really need a new concept. And I think this is one area where we will need to work with the UN. We need a new concept that will embrace both peacekeeping, peacemaking, and peace building, because it is essential that we look at it as a new board, springboard to make things happen. I really don't want to take much time, but I think it is important that African countries in the Sahel, African countries in the Lake Chad Basin, African countries in the Horn of Africa, Libya, from all the areas that we have had these issues, we have totally need the support of the international community. But that support can only happen when we work together in a way that makes that we see development as a conflict prevention mechanism. We see development as human security. We see that the two agendas, 2030, 2063, can make things happen. I believe very strongly that it is important for us to ensure that the UNDP, for example, supports our 2006, 2016, 2018 regional stabilization strategy for the Lake Chad Basin. We believe this can be replicated in the Sahel. In the Sahel, you have a plethora of various initiatives, and we do not know which one the international community can work together as one. And I think this is very, very important. You know, I've already mentioned the post-conflict reconstruction and development framework that the UN has. We've already also established a center in Cairo, and that center is being fully operationalized in the next few months. And we hope that UNDP, the UN Security Council, will lend support to this center. It is important that we cannot talk about post-conflict reconstruction and development without speaking to those AU existing development agencies, the NEPAD and APRM, because it will be very critical going forward that we make things happen. I must end this presentation on the note that overall, COVID-19 has exacerbated the divisions between the poor and the rich countries, between the advanced economies and the developing countries. And that is part of the challenge that we have on our continent, that we have in many developing regions of the continent. It is important that I believe, on the note of the right to development, which I'm re-emphasizing, that when all peoples participate in, contribute to, and enjoy political and civil rights, they enjoy the economic, social, and cultural rights. Definitely, we will have a better world. We will have a better Africa, a new Africa, a conflict-free Africa, an Africa that is at peace with itself and peace with the world. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Adeo. This is very welcome, very refreshing, and very challenging. And as you start in the next couple of weeks, I'm sure the partnership angle, the fresh look on some of the instruments that exist already and how to scale them up will really be quite critical as well. And I think you offered a perfect segue to Dr. Hilde Hardeman, the head of European Commission Service for Foreign Policy Instruments, where a lot of the translation of policy turns into programming, into partnership at scale, etc. And a great opportunity, obviously, as the EU embarks on a 7-year planning strategy as well. We've had excellent conversations over the last 2 weeks as part of the UN-EU discussion discussions on stability, prevention, and peace, along with some of the bilateral discussions over the last 2 weeks, and maybe asking Dr. Hardeman what you see as some of the really important insights coming from that dialogue, with a particular focus on the priorities over the next 7 years or so. Thanks again for joining us this morning. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Very grateful for this opportunity. Indeed, we've had extensive exchanges with our partners in the UN over the past weeks and months. We start in the European Union a new period of 7 years under new financial instruments, and among our guiding principles in making the most of those instruments for peace, I would like actually to look at the European Union's own history and own objectives. You know that it was to build peace that the generation of my grandparents created the European Union, and the tool they chose to do so was to join hands for development. And it was certainly a smart and effective approach. It worked. The EU has brought more than 7 decades of peace after centuries of war. So building and preserving peace at home and in the world is an essential element of the EU's DNA, and it is no coincidence that promoting peace is the European Union's first and overriding objective. Now, one of our founding fathers, Robert Schuman, had some very good advice for that. He said that to prevent violence and provide stability for everyone to prosper, you need to help safeguard the diversities and the aspiration of everybody. And that remains a vital piece of advice today. Conflict sensitivity, doing no harm, inclusion are cornerstones of any work for peace. And to build peace successfully, 3 elements are really particularly important: to tackle potential triggers of conflict, to balance short-term crisis response with longer-term development action, and working together with partners. And today we look at the role of development as a tool for conflict prevention and peace building. And I'm really extremely happy to be able to do so together with our year-long partners from the United Nations, with UNDP, and with all those on the panel and in the audience today, not least Ambassador Adeola of the African Union. Now, rather than looking at the subject through a theoretical lens, I would like to take you through 2 examples of our recent work. The first relates to Sudan, and the second to our response to COVID-19. If we go a moment to Sudan, when Sudan started its transition, my service immediately made support available to support central stakeholders in Khartoum to start the implementation of the constitutional declaration. But we were very well aware that working in the capital alone would not suffice to make the transition process succeed. We had to reach out and include all, from those people living in the center to the communities in the periphery. And these communities were largely marginalized. They had no proper access to public services. They did not have opportunities to participate in political life. So clearly, this is a source of further tension waiting to explode if it was not addressed. And to tackle this situation, we launched work with the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue to facilitate dialogue platforms that allow remote communities to take part in Sudan's public space. We seek especially, and that chimes in by a lot what has been said by the speakers before me, we seek especially to engage young people, women, to help their country transit to a socio-economic and political setup that is inclusive, equitable and sustainable, because this is crucial for sustainable peace. Another example, my second example, is how, as part of our Team Europe response to COVID-19, we closed in on access to reliable and conflict-sensitive information on the pandemic, especially for people in hard-to-reach areas affected by tensions and conflict. And we saw that in Central and South Asia, the pandemic went accompanied by a rise in hate speech and deliberate disinformation targeting minorities. Of course, this is a trend that we have not seen only there, but there it is particularly strong. And we now work in partnership with others to support local radio stations, SMS campaigns with reliable conflict-sensitive information. We help media professionals build capacity to counter hate speech and disinformation. Clearly, this will require continued action step by step to come to a sustainable result. Why do I give you those examples? Because they are both crisis response actions that respond to urgent needs, and at the same time, they illustrate longer-term dynamics that threaten stability and peace and need longer-term action. So combining both is in many contexts really essential for success. As we think about crisis response measures to prevent conflict, de-escalate or help build peace, we need to think ahead and plan our next steps, in addition to all the work we do on conflict analysis to ensure we do no harm, and in working together with partners. And that is exactly what we try to do every day. And it is one of the elements that we are seeking to further reinforce very strongly in the work that we will be doing in the European Union under our new financial instruments. So short-term and long-term action must go hand in hand. Peace is necessary for development, we all know that, but at the same time, development is often the glue, the tool that can help to build and preserve peace. So our own history, the European Union's own history, is a real-life example that was tried out in history of this interdependence between development and peace building. Our work is much influenced by the lessons from our own past that we seek to put in practice, and we look very much forward to continue doing so together with you, using our new instruments. So that's what I wanted to bring into the discussion today. Thank you once again for this occasion, and thank you once again for the great partnership we are having with you. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hilde. A wonderful way of adding to some of how the speakers before have also continued to characterize peace and development. Yours was development is the glue that helps preserve peace. We heard about development as peace, development for peace, and development as a right in itself that leads to peace as well. But I also very much appreciate the short and long-term perspective and the specific examples also, which offers a great segue to our next speaker, Dr. Stephen Oswald. Before I present him, Femi has offered a challenge to everyone on the call. Please don't let the ticking time get in the way of you making a comment or a question. And please go ahead and put that in the chat. Dr. Stephen Oswald is the Director General of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, in Germany, a partner of all of ours, but with a particular focus also on regional and national level programming. And I think, you know, in some of the discussions, obviously, over the last several months, including strategic dialogues with UNDP and I'm sure with other partners, one of the questions that continues to come up now that you've heard from a lot of the speakers before, the development contexts are becoming more difficult. Your operating environment, your partnership environment continue to be more difficult, fragile, conflict affected. Dr. Hajjar mentioned displacement and how significant that is. Ambassador Adeo spoke about the climate emergency and the climate and conflict link in Africa. How do you see some of your development cooperation or all of it now impacted by this? Are you able to speak about development cooperation from a BMZ perspective in a normal development context? And how do you invite partners to think about development as prevention, development as building peace from the short term to the long term alongside a number of instruments that actually exist? Dr. Oswald, over to you. I think you're still on mute. I see you are not on mute, but we can't hear. Perhaps tech support on your end, or is it just me? Could be just me.
No, we can't hear him, Sam. It's something on his end. Sorry.
Okay. So Dr. Oswald, your microphone maybe? Nope, not yet. As maybe the tech colleagues in the ministry help maybe fix this, I think we're getting some reflections a little bit offline, maybe inviting the speakers over the next 1 or 2 minutes as we fix the technical issue with Dr. Oswald. To reflect, and I think Mourad started this earlier, to reflect on some of the failures, challenges, and what are some of the lessons learned over the past many years. I think a lot of people spoke about some of the challenges that we see in Africa. Hilde spoke about, what we're seeing now in terms of hate speech, incitement, etc., that is online, but has a real effect on people's lives and livelihoods, etc. Let me invite any of the speakers to maybe reflect on some of these really painful lessons and how those have helped us basically think about changing the way we do development in relation to prevention and peace building. And I'll keep checking in on Dr. Oswald to make sure that that there's an opportunity. Dr. Hajjar is still with us and happy if he jumps in as well. Please, Mourad.
Let me start off, Sam, because I have to then jump off at 10 o'clock. I'm part of an interview panel. And the question is, for me, what happens when we fail? And how do we learn from our failures? I think one of the participants or the attendees put that in the Q&A box. And I believe it really does deserve further sort of analysis, which is how can failures in prevention first be measured? I mean, is it because just a conflict occurs, therefore our prevention interventions have failed? Or is there something that we can learn from how we do prevention programming? Is there also something, a way of learning that even if conflict erupts, that what we have done for prevention has value in society as a development intervention, that there are some no regrets policies that we can take if we support the rights of women in society, if we support the participation of youth, even when conflict arises. They are there as the social forces that will eventually help us to build a much more solid peace. I'm thinking, in particular, without going too theoretical, because I know I can go into the policy wonkish mode, but if you look at what we've been doing in the Sudan, to answer sort of to Ms. Hardeman's comments, where despite the ups and downs of the situation in the Sudan and the very sort of real conflicts that do arise, I mean, most recently in Darfur, but I think also the elements in the protocol areas. And yet we have developed two things. We've worked together, in fact, with the EU, with Germany, on a visioning exercise for the people of Sudan, and that remains. And we have worked together on supporting women's participation in the political process, and that remains irrespective of whether prevention has succeeded or failed in the end. So without going into attribution issues, I think there are interventions that can work, that are development interventions that may, one hopes, lead to prevention, but when conflict happens, there is something that remains, and that is a stronger society or a better social fabric.
Thank you so much, Mourad. Definite no regrets policies and engagements there. Let me check in once more with Dr. Oswald. No. No, still not working.
Colleagues, I have to jump off. I'm sort of
Thank you so much.
an interview panel for my sins. Much rather be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mourad. Let me take maybe one more comment, and with Femi, maybe we can extend 1 or 2 minutes to continue to try to fix Dr. Oswald's technical issue. If there's another 1 or 2 comments, especially on this, how does one reflect on failures to learning, to lessons learned for the future? Hilde, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to add something to what Mourad just said. Indeed, when we speak about failure here, we're not talking about a situation where we fail to repair a washing machine that either works or it doesn't. That it's not how it goes with peace. Peace is something that you have to work for every day over long periods of time, and that is never really acquired. So you cannot very well measure failures in prevention, because you do not know what would have happened had you not done your prevention action. It's not a black and white. As I said, it's not it either works or it doesn't. And indeed, as Mourad very clearly indicated, many of the actions, inclusivity, bringing in women, young people, all these are things that take time, and that is never lost. Furthermore, we need to bear in mind that many situations where we speak about conflict or peace, that even if we manage to get to peace, that in a majority of cases we see a relapse. And you need again to do prevention work to avoid, if at all possible, a relapse. So I would return to the history of the European Union, really, where we speak about a period of centuries. And then all of a sudden, but after many efforts and with a lot of work and patience, we somehow managed to overcome the root causes and the issues that were going wrong. So I think the lessons that we need to learn and also try to apply in our work is that peace and conflict are not black and white, and they are never fully acquired. They require continuous work, and with the principles and the policies that we have been discussing there, we know that if we continue in that direction, that we in principle contribute to a positive or a more positive outcome in turn. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. The process is consequential for people's lives and livelihoods. One more check with Dr. Oswald. No.
I have another engagement if you allow me to leave.
Of course, Dr. Hajjar, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
We received a couple of, as we continue to check, we received a couple of questions and challenges to Ambassador Adeo as well. And I think they very much appreciated the focus on development and the making better use of a lot of the instruments that exist. But I think maybe some colleagues want to hear a little bit more about what might appear to be a schism where, the focus could be on development, but a lot of the challenges that are coming up also are about political transitions, political transformations that, when unrealized, are causing a lot of the crisis and conflicts, politically speaking, but also compounded by climate, by socioeconomics, by COVID, by, as you mentioned, counter-terrorism, violent extremism, cross-border issues. Ambassador Adeo, would you like to take one of those questions? I see you are still there with us. Please, you're still on mute though. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I believe our two speakers have really mentioned some of these, have responded to some of these questions. I want to make a point, which is that it is very difficult in the African setting to talk of data-driven analysis of conflicts. As you know, we already have weak data systems, weak database prior to some conflicts. So it is going to be very difficult, but we have to do it better. And that's why I proposed this inter-regional knowledge exchange on experiences about learning from conflict management, resolution, and prevention. But I must say that the greatest factor for peace to happen is leadership. And I believe our sister from the EU mentioned how Europe was able to make that change. But that leadership must first be owned before it becomes, I'm not talking of just the political leaders, I'm talking of leadership, ownership of these AU instruments. The panel of the wise, the FEMWISE, the African Peace and Security Architecture, the Amnesty Month that is celebrated every September in the AU system, but mainly at the headquarters within the Peace and Security Council, not in our countries, not owned by our civil society, not owned by the professional groups, not owned by the academia. So we have a long way to go. And I think this is, the more we collaborate, the more our leaders champion peace. You know, it is so natural that peace will not have happened between Ethiopia and Eritrea without the démarche by the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. It will be difficult for peace to happen in South Sudan without the support of Sudan and the Committee of Five in the AU system. So therefore, we need more leadership strength to lead the peace process. It is so important that the political transitions you mentioned, yes, we have the good news, and yet we have the hiccups. But the most important factor is the collective commitment of the member states of the Union to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I believe that these instruments, with the mechanisms that are being in place, can be re-energized, in particular when it comes to conflict prevention. The former mediation support unit has now been upgraded to a full division. And I believe it's going to be one of my top priorities on getting there to make sure that it is participatory, it is inclusive. Youth, women, not only speaking also of children affected by armed conflict. I believe that the collective of these mechanisms and these tools and these conventions that have been ratified in many cases by the AU will make peace happen faster, but we need to make it sustainable. And I think the last speaker also spoke about the relapse, and that's why I emphasize post-conflict reconstruction and development. But it's critical that we must not overlook the needs of the opposition or those who are aggrieved. And that is why mediation, dialogue, not only strategic dialogue with our partners.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think I can stop now. Thank you.
Yes, we can. Thanks so much, Dr.
Sorry, Ambassador.
No problem. Let me, if Femi will allow me and the colleagues will allow me, we have Dr. Oswald now. If we can take your inputs in the next couple of minutes, that would be great. And we'd be obviously happy over the next couple of sessions and tomorrow, if your time allows, to also offer you a much more substantial spot. I see a lot of the next session's panelists also on the line, and I'm sure they're pressed for time as well. But Femi, you know, you're managing all of this for us. How do you feel? Shall we give Dr. Oswald a couple of minutes?
This is a classic moment where just at the end of the session, the audio for the guests we have been waiting to hear for the entire session is now available. Do you know what I am going to do, Dr. Oswald? Would you give us just a closing thought? And then we will work out how to bring you back into the forum, because I have the next moderator, the next session, they are standing by, and I don't want to squeeze them too much. So I'm just going to ask you for a powerful closing thought before we hand over to session 2.
Well,
go ahead. Nice to see you and nice to hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try my level best to do that in 5 to 6 minutes. Well, I think everything what has been said is absolutely perfectly right. Our problem is there is no glory in prevention, and we have to identify pathways in development work to address those issues. I think Ambassador made it very clear that the African Agenda 2063 is the perfect outset for a good work in combining development and prevention. Let's say also my full title is I'm the Director General for the Marshall Plan with Africa, migration.
So this is part of the thrill and the excitement of working in a global webinar and a global forum. So attendees, you are watching Prevention in Action, a global forum convened by the UNDP. Our first session was looking at development as a tool to help in peace building. And highlighting that, our second session is going to be moderated by Hilde Hardeman. Hilde, are you standing by? I'm really looking forward to your session because we're looking closer at peace building and development, that close relationship. Hilde, are you there? Thank you so much. Unmute yourself, take the floor. Session 1 speakers, we thank you very much. This forum will continue. Our ideas will continue. Q&A box is bursting. So, Hilde, I'm hoping that you'll be able to take some of those thoughts as well. Panel speakers from session 1, do stay with us. You see the question box there, the Q&A box there. You can actually jump in, type responses to our attendees so that no question goes unanswered. Sam, I'm going to give you that assignment for the next 40 minutes or so. Hilde Hardeman, so nice to see you. Handing over to you for session 2.
Thank you very much and good morning, distinguished delegates, panel members and colleagues. I had the luxury to attend part of your panel. It was very exciting. Let us make our panel as exciting as the previous one. So welcome to the second session of the Prevention Forum as we deepen the focus on development pathways and peace processes. In my role, I joined only recently as Assistant Secretary General and Director of UNDP Regional Bureau for Upstate. We in UNDP consider this topic as extremely relevant in light of the overwhelming impact on the people, on the economies, institutions in countries affected severely by a protracted crisis over years and sometimes even over decades. I'm thinking about the Yemen of the world, the Iraq, the Somalia, the Syria, and you mentioned Sudan, which split into 2 countries, which is a very big challenge. These countries are severely affected, but I want to say that the vulnerable population like women, youth, migrant refugees are even more impacted by this crisis. Unfortunately, I would like to say that the Arab region is the only one concerned, but it's not the case. And the region is not alone. There has been, since 2010, a dramatic increase in the number, but also in the complexity of the conflict. Only looking at the displaced people around the world, it has increased from 30 million 2010 to 80 million in 2020. If we look at the humanitarian aid and the needs, the needs have increased by 80% between 2012 and 2020, and often, unfortunately, at the expense of financing development. So in addition to the severe humanitarian consequences of conflict, development gains and progress towards the 2030 and hopes for sustainable, peaceful, inclusive future are hindered or even lost. Too often, these crises further create new or deepening inequalities, vulnerabilities, especially for countries that are in or emerging from conflict, and also face other type of challenges: lack of social cohesion, lack of trust in their government, structural inequalities, corruption, climate change, natural disaster, migration, forced displacement, and more especially persistent and recurrent gender inequality. I must say the COVID-19 didn't help. I'm sure you will agree with me. It has added even more stress worldwide, especially on vulnerable and crisis-affected population, putting more millions into poverty and making the achievement of the SDG becoming further and further a laborious challenge. The 2030 agenda ambition of leaving no one behind has become more imperious than ever. In the face of this complexity, preventing conflict, sustaining peace, and achieving sustainable development becomes all the more challenging and all the more important and urgent to tackle as soon as possible. I've heard what was discussed this morning, and there is an increased understanding of the humanitarian development and peace nexus and the necessity that development is part of crisis response and recovery, ensuring that once peace is achieved, it can be maintained and sustained to avoid falling back into crisis with the meaningful participation of all, including local population. This was mentioned in the first panel, and women and youth as key actors of their future. As we know that only when we address the root causes of conflict and war, we can sustain peace and ensure stabilization. And often the root causes are diverse depending on the context. It can be unemployment, lack of economic opportunities, poverty, even lack of access to natural resources. And we see the reality of this linkage in countries around the world. I want to put an example on the table. In Iraq, the stabilization program that we pioneered and led in close collaboration with the government and over 28 donors remain a cornerstone for the country ongoing transition. And even more, it went beyond the border of Iraq, and now it is a reference for Libya also. So in Yemen, we are also running a program in support of the implementation of both the Hudaydah and Riyadh peace agreement. And we are doing it in the middle of the crisis by delivering programs through Yemeni agencies. And here the idea is to ensure that we involve institutions from Yemen so they will be ready to lay the groundwork for sustainable reconstruction where once a peaceful political situation is reached. And in countries around the world, we are doing jointly with our colleague who is sitting in the panel today from DDPPA, we are running a program on building national capacities for conflict prevention. So to come back to this session today, sorry, Femi, I'm passionate, so I took maybe a bit more time. We have the opportunity to hear deeper reflection on the interconnection and linkages between development pathways and peace processes from different perspectives of our distinguished panelists who will be sharing their experience, insights across different contexts and regions. And it's my honor and pleasure to introduce the panel. So first we have the Honorable Minister, Naguib Sinarimbo. He's a Minister for Interior and Local Government of Bangsamoro, Philippines. We have Ms. Liz Grande, President and CEO of United States Institute of Peace. We have my colleague from the DPPA, Assistant Secretary General for Europe, Central Asia, and the Americas for Political and Peaceful Affairs and Peace Operation, Miroslav Jenka, sorry if I pronounced badly your name. And last by not least, my colleague, UNDP Res Rep in Colombia, Jessica Faita. So to begin and to launch the discussion, I will ask the following question to His Excellency, Mr. Minister. So Mr. Minister, you bring in a very interesting perspective to this discussion. As a matter of fact, from what I get as information, you use the insider mediator in Philippines, and you have been a champion on building national capacities for mediation, and you are now a minister yourself. So on this, can you please elaborate of the role of insider mediators in national peace processes and peace building processes, highlighting the opportunities and challenges and what, from your point of view, the future holds for your context? Over to you, Mr. Minister. Sorry, is the minister on connected?
He is connected but muted. He needs to unmute himself.
Okay. Mr. Minister, could you unmute yourself so we can take advantage of your experience? Maybe the host can unmute the minister.
My apologies, but he's actually muted on his end. I did try to request him to unmute. I think he stopped his video as well.
All right, so maybe if in order not to lose time, maybe I can ask the next speaker on my list.
Yep.
So I will ask my next question to Ms. Lisa Grande. And Lisa is President and CEO of United States Institute of Peace, and she's not new to UNDP, and I understand you were a former colleague, so we count on you to give us the right messages. So if I may, can you draw on your experience as UNDP, of course, and in the UN system at large, and also based on your current leadership function with USIP, do you consider there may be a need for a shift in the way we conceptually see peace processes? What role do you see development actors playing in the future? And how do you think we can support humanitarian and development needs at the same time? These are big questions. You have 5 minutes.
Alida, thank you. And congratulations on your new post. It's wonderful to have the chance to be on a panel with old friends, Miroslav, Jessica. It's wonderful to see all of you on the screen. I think the first point that we would like to start off with is to emphasize that there's a lot about how we currently approach peace processes that's very good. And I don't think we want to lose sight of that. If we had to look at the lines of effort which have the most impact and make the most sense, I think one of the things we do that's very strong is that in a typical peace process, we look at what divides the combatants and what they are fighting over and what they are fighting for. I think another strength of the current approach is that we focus on which actors domestically and which actors internationally are supporting the combatants and how we can get those allies to push for peace rather than to prolong conflict. And I think another area where our current approach to peace processes is very effective is that we typically focus on finding ways to convince the combatants and their allies that there has to be a transitional period. Everyone's got to lay down their arms and stop fighting. And that during that transitional period, we focus on establishing transitional arrangements, and that during this period, space is opened up for a broad range of actors and stakeholders to influence the combatants to adopt new political rules of the game. And we ask those actors and encourage them and the stakeholders, a broad range of them, to influence public institutions, to help reshape them so that they become more inclusive and more effective. And then, of course, our typical approach is to legitimize the process of the transition through elections. That's an approach that we've adopted in many countries. It's an approach that has a number of strengths, and in a number of conflicts, it's been a winning approach. Like all approaches, however, there are calls from many institutions and organizations and networks that work on peace building for that approach to evolve and to broaden. The critique of the approach typically runs like this. There's an argument that the combatants who have been fighting a war very often behave very badly, not in the interest of the country, not in the interest of the people of the country, but in their own narrow self-interest during the transition period. So if you build an entire peace process and expect sustainability to be generated during the transition, the argument goes that the combatants are not acting in good faith during that time. There's another critique of this approach, which is that the actors and stakeholders, which are expected to play empowered roles during the transition. In other words, those stakeholders across civil society, which are meant to push combatants to adopt new political rules of the game and to help reshape the public institutions and the public governance arrangements, that those stakeholders are not leveraged, they don't have the capacity that they need, and they don't have the support that they need. So to build a peace process around a transition period and assume and expect that civil society is going to shape that period under-conceptualizes how difficult it is for civil society to actually do that. There's a third very important critique, and that is that the elections, which are meant to legitimize the new political rules of the game, which are meant to legitimize the reconfigured and restructured public institutions, that in fact, all they actually end up doing is perpetuating the divisions and the fractures and the deficits that led to the conflict in the first place. And that's because the difficulty and complexity of creating new rules of the game, getting people to adhere to them, and reconfiguring public institutions is under-conceptualized. This isn't something you can do in a 2-year transition, 3-year transition, 5-year transition. This is something that requires generations. So we have a good peace process approach now. It does have a critique, and that opens up the question of what we might want to do to help evolve and broaden the typical approach to peace processes now. I think there are 2 things for us to consider. The first, and I think this is one of the most important things that development and peace building actors can do, systematically, during the entirety of the peace process, empower the stakeholders and actors across the board so that they have the political leverage, they have the capacity, they have the support that they need so that they can shape new political rules of the game, so that they can work with public institutions to change them. A civil society that's undercapacitated, that's politically oppressed, that doesn't have international support can't play that role. And I think it's our responsibility to build that into every single peace process. Another thing that we can do, and this goes straight into the question about the central role that development actors can play, is to properly conceptualize why the public institutions, these include state institutions, security institutions, political organs, have failed to deal with conflict peacefully. There's always conflict in society. And when those institutions and those mechanisms and those political actors fail to deal with it peacefully, we have to ask ourselves, why? What's wrong with those institutions? What's wrong with those public governance arrangements? Once we know why those failed, then we have to come up with smart, very rapid ways of helping to overcome those problems, those deficits, and those gaps. We need to do that during the peace process, not after. We need to do that during the peace process, not just during the transition. That has to be built in as part of the DNA of the peace process itself. How do you do that? You focus on the parts of the state and the national institutions that are responsible for, number 1, security. Number 2, the delivery of public jobs. Number 3, livelihoods. And most importantly, justice. Now, for those of us who have been in the field and worked in a lot of these countries, the one thing every one of us will tell you, every one of us will say, you don't try and reform everything at once. If you do that, you're going to get bogged down and overwhelmed, and you're not going to make any progress. What you have to do is focus on the top priorities. And here's my final point, it's a critical one. The people who know how to reform those institutions, who know how to prioritize and sequence. Those are development actors. Development actors know how to do that better than anyone else. And that's why development actors play a central, critical, arguably the most important role in a peace process. We're the ones that can advise the mediators and the national actors and the stakeholders on how you prioritize and sequence the activities that are necessary to get those public institutions and the governance arrangements to work properly.
Thank you very much, Lise. I see you are as passionate as I am about the topic. I take it you raised a very important point. Just to come back to that, and then I give the floor to the next speaker. I understand the minister is not online. We will show his video. You mentioned the need of building the capacity of key stakeholders like civil society during the peace process. And I would like to say, and to challenge you on that, but not asking you to answer. We need to do that even before. So with this, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Miroslav Jenka, and as the Assistant Secretary General for DPPA. So you're online?
I hope so. Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, and we can also see you, which is fantastic. Given your
Great.
long experience in political and peace processes, can you tell us, from your point of view as DPPA, what has changed in the nature of peace processes and political agreement in the recent past with the complexity of the ongoing conflict? How did you see the UN system coming together as one, for example, to support the SG's call for a global ceasefire in relation to the COVID pandemic? My last question, we know that you are a champion of cross-pillar approaches, development, peace, and political. What role do you see and do you envisage for development actors in effectively supporting peace processes? And where do you see some positive examples? Recently we heard sustaining peace, but also stabilization. Over to you. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Khalida. First of all, congratulations on the organization of a very timely and very interesting forum. I have joined a little bit earlier, so I can say that the discussion is very inspiring. And very happy to be in the panel with friends. We have built those friendships during years with Liz and Jessica. And also seeing people around, Asako, of course, my colleague in UNDP in the joint program. So happy to be with you. Our work to prevent and manage conflicts has become much more challenging in recent years. Conflicts have become more fragmented and regionalized, which makes them harder to resolve. Increasingly, conflict dynamics are affected by other major risk factors, such as the climate emergency or technological disruption. Growing polarization contributes to a changing global landscape with significant implications for how we can discharge our conflict prevention and peacemaking mandates. Peace agreements are harder to reach and more difficult to sustain over time. Risk factors are increasingly multidimensional and thus demand holistic approaches across our development, peace and security, and human rights work. And in an area of financial austerity, finding the resources required to mount strong responses can be challenging. Above all, this difficult environment puts a premium on prevention. The only solution is to work to reduce the overall number of conflicts that break out, to flatten the curve of conflict in order to create the space for life-saving humanitarian assistance and conflict resolution tools to operate. Over the years, I am pleased to see much stronger focus and understanding of the importance of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. In Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, the special envoys, for example, have used indirect inclusion mechanisms to overcome women's exclusion and ensure their priorities and concerns are heard. As regards your point about SG's global ceasefire, the initial response to the Secretary General's appeal for a global ceasefire was positive, with widespread support from world leaders and governments, as well as regional partners, civil society, and religious leaders. Conflict parties from Colombia to Cameroon and parts of the Middle East took first steps to stop fighting. However, although we have seen progress in some contexts, initial gestures of support for the most part did not translate into concrete change on the ground. More widespread progress towards ceasefires has not been achieved because many conflict parties have not fully felt the impact of the pandemic, or may be using it to press their advantage, what is very dangerous. We need to change their calculations. We need member states with leverage on conflict parties to use their influence to end these wars. In processes where the UN is in the lead, our envoys are working to ensure that agreed ceasefire mechanisms are effective and prioritize ownership by the parties to reduce the likelihood of violations, including through the reinforcement of monitoring and verification measures. Building on the Secretary General's call, civil society has been mobilizing around the world using online platforms and social media to call for an urgent cessation of hostilities. In coordination with development partners, missions must further deepen engagement with these local peace builders, women and men, including civil society and local community actors, and track to conflict resolution actors and entities. They need to amplify their messages, emphasizing the need for all ceasefire and peace talks to include the women and gender-sensitive provisions, and profiling their campaigns at the local level. Looking forward, the international drive to enable vaccine delivery may help to refocus attention on the urgent need to end fighting. The UN system and humanitarian colleagues in particular has substantial experience in engaging in areas controlled by non-state armed groups to enable vaccination campaigns and the delivery of other life-saving assistance. Where it makes sense to do so, we should build on this knowledge and experience to explore context-specific strategies for the delivery of COVID vaccines. As regards concrete examples that you asked me, and I will finish with those examples, let me mention Bolivia, where I just recently I visited the country, and what I could see was a very good cooperation, bringing together political development, humanitarian, human rights actors within the UN system under the leadership of the personal envoy of the Secretary General. We saw a situation of crisis erupting in the second half of 2019 that actually culminated with chaotic situation, lack of control, violence, and real possibility of further deterioration. Within 1 year, working together, United Nations, but also with the actors in Bolivia, the political players, church, international communities, civil society, electoral bodies, we were able to help Bolivian authorities to actually bring the country to the elections in the end of last year that brought the results that were broadly accepted by all major players there. I think that also including peace building fund resources there, we showed very clearly that the United Nations, in line with the reforms of the Secretary General, is able to make a difference. One more example is Haiti, where we are working together with development system in implementation of one UN plan, integrated strategic framework. However, I have to say that political environment in the country is really very challenging, very fluid, and we hope that political solution will be found. As I see Asako Okai, I cannot not mention Peace and Development Advisor, our joint program that is definitely our signature initiative in order to bring together political development in support of resident coordinators in the countries and country teams there as well. As of today, we jointly deploy a cadre of 105 peace and development advisors and specialists based in 64 countries, as well as 6 regional specialists. I stop here, and of course, I'm ready to answer the questions and listen to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miroslav. It's very interesting what you were saying about the fragmentation, the complexity against the financial austerity that developed donors are also facing their own challenges. I also take the online platform as a good idea to pursue during COVID-19. It is true that the only opportunity was to be more connected through internet and other means. I also take as a message that the UN can work together, and for sure no one UN agency can help alone. So if we join forces, we can make it, but to make it, we need to have the political will in the context where we are working. With this, I am told that, yeah, I can go directly to the next speaker, and the next speaker is Jessica Faita. And she's the UNDP res rep in Colombia. Colombia is a country in which you are based and you serve. And we know that the final agreement to end the decades-long conflict was turned down by a referendum in 2016. Also, Colombia is a country where many peace structures existed, but this could not prevent the armed violence, unfortunately. So the question is the following: what role do you see development actors playing to ensure that national capacities remain strong and supportive to sustain peace? And this is going back to what Liz was saying earlier. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ESG Buzar. We haven't had the opportunity to meet, but I am also very happy to be here with colleagues, former colleagues like Liz Grande, who I admire tremendously, and of course colleagues like Miroslav Yencha and ASG Asako Okai. So thank you very much for the invitation. I must prelude this saying that before being the UNDP resident representative, I was the deputy special representative of the Secretary General in the UN verification mission in Colombia. So I have had and I am also holding right now the hat of UN resident coordinator ad interim for the last 2 years. So I have had the privilege of seeing the Colombia peace process from various angles, and in all these posts that I had or functions, I have seen the importance of the development actors in the peace process in Colombia. And certainly the peace process, even though at the beginning of this government, which started in 2017, there was a political discourse not supporting this peace process, we must say that they have had basically in terms of the implementation quite a bit of commitment, and there's there's significant fronts and progress in terms of the implementation of the peace accord in Colombia. It continues to be a priority for the international cooperation, certainly for the UN country team in Colombia, which works very closely with the UN verification mission in Colombia, and certainly also with many of the actors, civil society. And I must say, it is now a priority of the government as well. UNDP works very much at the center of the humanitarian peace building and development nexus. I would say that the way the UN country team works, and UNDP in particular, but including with the UN mission, is very much an example of this triple nexus in Colombia. And certainly we are committed to bringing a lasting peace and stabilization to the country, a country that is on the one hand a high middle income country, and on the other hand still has profound challenges that remain. So in terms of the progress, I would say that certainly there's quite a bit to say in the reintegration of ex-combatants, in the area-based development of the conflict of historically affected territories affected by conflict, and in the establishment and advances of the transitional justice system. There's still some challenges like illegal armed groups, violence at the territorial level, rural reform like land access, and illicit crops continue to be big challenges for Colombia. In all these fronts, UNDP has been working hand in hand with various of the actors and with the international community, and including with our colleagues from the Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs in the mission. For instance, we very much work at I would say that our participation was even before the peace accord, facilitating, for instance, the participation of women and victims in the peace accord. And this actually has been very important because the peace accord continues to be a model in how women participated in the shaping of the accord, but also, even though less so, and it has been a challenge, which I will address in terms of the participation of women in the implementation. Also, I think it was important once the peace accord was in fact established, to attend both the rapid response interventions, which created trust among the ex-combatants of FARC, as well as the government, to create that something actually was happening. So a small income generation project, which we did very jointly with the Department of Peace and Political and Peace Building Affairs, but also to the medium and long-term actions that actually will create a lasting peace and implementation, along with other relevant actors. For instance, in terms of the socioeconomic integration of ex-combatants, this has been the pillar of our work, because it basically it relates to what it means for ex-combatants to transition to legal activities. And this has been very important in terms of, for instance, providing them technical and financial and operational assistance, creating linkages with the private sector, the commercialization. Their competencies as ex-combatants are not necessarily transferable immediately to become small farmers or small. So this has required a lot of accompaniment. The women who actually had not only an aspiration, of course, to have a life as civilians, but also aspirations which before were not available to them, as having families and children. So this accompaniment also has been important. And of course, to create the linkages with the host communities, in which the processes of reconciliation, for instance, community work, reparation, small infrastructure in which both ex-combatants and communities could work also was an important part of creating this trust immediately. Of course, long way to go, but this has been an important part of our work in creating territorial peace. Another very important part of our work has been the establishment of the transitional justice system. And also the rule of law in local justice systems to articulate national and regional. But let me tell you specifically about the transitional justice system. In fact, the institutions that created this integral system, which had to do with the creation of the Truth Commission, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, and the unit for the search of disappeared people, initiated as actually UNDP projects. They have now, so it was with our support that the whole organic structure was put together. Their funding through the multi-partner trust fund that was put in place, and eventually they are now fully fledged institutions that have their own budget, and they're part of the institutions of the government, of the state. But it was very important not only to help the establishment, but also to help them actually function. To this day, we do that. So this was another important part of actors in the development that we worked with other partners. There were other institutions that put in place: a National Council of Reintegration, the Commission to monitor and verify the advancements, the established support the FARC ex-combatant first become a party, and then also have a think tank to achieve, for instance, operational and technical capacities. And this has been important, for instance, in putting together this system, accompanying the truth elucidation, accompanying the victims to have access, the victims to the civil society organizations, to have access to this, to the Truth Commission, to have access to the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. All these have been actually been done with our support, of course, with the financial support that mostly came through the establishment of the Multi-Partner Trust Fund, which was also managed by UNDP and by the Resident Coordinator Office. And finally, I would also say the work with the victims. Jointly with the victims, for instance, it was very important to also advancing collective reparation projects that for communities that would also say that not only the benefits of peace were actually going to the ex-combatants that were mostly seen as the bad guys that have done all this, but we're also actually going to the communities that were also had strong expectations on peace. So this was also part of the work. So I would stop this and certainly say that the development, bringing development to these conflict affected territories, to the communities, to work with both ex-combatants and other actors, the victims, putting them together, but bringing ultimately development, income generation opportunities, community infrastructure was a very important, and has been, continues to be an important element of the peace process in Colombia. Thank you.
Very interesting indeed, and the integration of the combatant to transition into legal work must have been challenges, especially if you look at the others that were not combatant, and to build the social cohesion. With that, I'm told that His Excellency is not able to connect, and I will introduce a video with his key messages. His video is 6 minutes long, so over to whoever is in charge of putting the video on the screen. Thank you.
The insider mediator or insider mediation played a critical role, especially in the push for the enactment of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. During the negotiations, it was essentially an affair between the national government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. But as we move towards legislating the peace agreement, the consensus would have to be broadened, and there would be a lot of stakeholders involved in the shaping of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And therefore, you need the assistance of mediators, and more specifically insiders, who would have a unique perspective of the dynamics of the different parties and stakeholders in the enactment of the organic law. These insider mediators are well placed and have unique connections with members of Congress, members of the Senate, and other key stakeholders. And it's important that you have this class of individuals who would have the capacity and at the same time the drive to bring together different stakeholders and come up with a common agenda. That was then the most important role of the insider mediators in the peace process. It is important to have a national capacity because the debates has been brought into the national so the debate has become a debate not just in the Bangsamoro, not just between the national government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. It has become a debate at the national level where different interests are at play. You need, therefore, a national capacity that allows a lot of mediators to be able to negotiate, lobby, and at the same time push for an agenda that still preserves the essence of the peace agreement between government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. There are a lot of opportunities in developing insider mediation in the country as we shift the locus of engagement and negotiation between government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front to one that now involves the different stakeholders in the Bangsamoro and the national government. We need, we see opportunities for shaping the agenda of the Bangsamoro government. Like in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, the priorities as well as the general direction of the Bangsamoro government would still have to be negotiated. Although it's no longer a negotiation between government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, you still have to negotiate with different stakeholders, ethnic groups, different revolutionary groups. These are still opportunities to enhance the skills of insider mediators and at the same time the capacity to bring together different stakeholders and still come up with a consensus. There are a lot of challenges as we transition into governance. What used to be a unified stand against a national government, there is an evolving reality that each of the individuals or each of the groups have different interests. These interests will have to be negotiated, and the skills that are needed to cooperate while at the same time competing is important. These skills are only developed over time and are better shaped by the realities on the ground. These are the opportunities that we have in the Bangsamoro. There would be a lot of need to develop capacities at the national level. insider mediation is a new undertaking. For a long time, mediation has always been viewed as a means by which neutral parties, and normally from outside the country, are deployed so that they can mediate in a conflict. Insider mediation is a process whereby insiders, those who are locals, homegrown, and have connections to parties inside the conflict, are tapped. This is a new development, but it has proven to be effective in the case of the Bangsamoro. Our hope is that when the national capacity is built, we can share this knowledge to our neighbors. There are still interesting areas where we can bring the expertise that are being developed in the Bangsamoro and in the country to countries such as Myanmar, Southern Thailand, and other areas in Southeast Asia where these capacities would serve the interests of the parties.
A very, very interesting and diverse point of view. I think what I take from this presentation is that we need to build a broad consensus involving local population, and the solution, for sure, we heard that development partners are key, but I would like to add, along with what the minister has just said, we need homegrown solutions. So with that, I think we have a little bit of time, and I would like to ask each of the panelists with one quick question in one sentence, if I may, along these lines: the lessons learned on locally driven processes to sustain peace, working on prevention in times of turbulence, suggestions on how to work with reforming of institutions. Pick one sentence. Who wants to shoot first? Lisa, if you shoot first. Well, oh no, I would ask Miroslav. Sorry, because he's leaving in a few minutes. Miroslav, you will have the opportunity to speak before you go. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Khalida, and congratulations. Really very, very interesting session, very good interventions. To your question, I am a strong believer, and even now in COVID times, it is not easy to achieve, but I am strong believer in the work on the ground, being in the field. I think it is extremely important to have good analysis, to know the players and engage them all, politicians, civil society, church, international community, and seek solution together with using United Nations potential, even if it is with scarce resources, but doing it together, we can achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to be next?
Hilde, I'll jump in while we're waiting for Jessica. I was actually going to pick up the point that Miroslav just raised, which is it's an obvious point and we can't say it enough, that peace is going to be sustainable and peace is going to work if it's inclusive. And if it's not inclusive, it's not going to work. And therefore, anything that any of us in the peace building field can do in order to make sure that civil society and the whole range of political and social actors and economic actors are part of the peace process, then the better the chances that it's going to succeed. Since Miroslav took that space, I'm going to shift over to the institutional space. You know, I made the comment earlier that if you're on the field working in these contexts, it's just so overwhelming, all the things that need to get done. And one of our collective responsibilities is to be very clear about prioritization, getting the most important things done first and getting them done quickly. And here we can't underestimate how important it is to get the security forces to behave in a way that ensures security of the population and isn't predatory. So if I get one sentence on institutions, roll up our sleeves, get those security actors and those security institutions and those security structures to work in a way that produces confidence and security, and doesn't contribute to the factors which were driving conflict in the first place.
I think you had time to think about your one sentence. It's over to you. Are you still online? Jessica?
I believe Jessica got disconnected. She may have to reconnect. Sorry about that.
Okay, okay. So since I'm pressured by my colleagues to finish on time, allow me, as I facilitated this session, to maybe share a few key messages I'm getting out of this session. First, the success of peace process is related to the capacity to have the buy-in of key stakeholder, not only development actors and local actors, but also the government and the political will. Sustainability is closely interlinked with the importance to be inclusive, empower actors, and this coming back to Lise was saying earlier, and leverage all assets for peace that are present in society. Building capacity of national actors is very important, including women and youth, if we want to maintain, sustain peace. Inside the mediation we heard is crucial. And we heard also that the ceasefire called by the SG has created momentum, but it was not enough. And this is why we need civil society, local community actors to continue to be included. And the role of women, it's not because I'm a woman, but it's very crucial if we want to initiate and to maintain peace processes. With regards to the UN system, I think it's critical that we work together. We mutually reinforce collaboration if we want to address the conflict, but also sometimes to address the root causes of the conflict. We heard from the resident representative in Colombia how we need to translate peace processes to ensure the linkages with programming for reintegration and reconciliation. I come from Algeria, where we had this conflict, and only the Concord law has helped them to return to legality and to be reintegrated in their own society. The last point is about the nexus, and I think we can say that we cannot talk about peace without talking about development. And it's not because we have peace that we have development, and vice versa, or it's not because we have development that we have peace. So with this, unless Jessica wants to have the last word, you're on board, you are with us, yes? Jessica, so you will have the last word.
Just as we were connecting, a blackout happened in my house. So no, I basically just, I would say that ultimately, at least from my experience in Colombia, addressing the root causes of the conflict, which ultimately have to do with addressing poverty, exclusion, inequality, especially in the rural communities, and bringing basic social services, go a long way to addressing, again, the root causes of the conflict, but also the expectations of people in stabilization and peace. I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for the invitation, and sorry for the mishap.
Thank you very much, Jessica. It's a very elegant way to finish this panel. I would like to thank you all, and to, on behalf of UNDP, tell you that we remain committed to work and to make the Nexus work, the Nexus Plus, as we call it now. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. I hope to see you soon and to meet you physically. As a newcomer, I don't know most of you. Thank you, and good luck.
Hilde Bouza, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Asako, as well, and Sam, for the invitation.
I love all the thank yous at the end of session 2. Thank you, speakers. Great job. You're watching Prevention in Action, a global forum convened for the very first time by the UNDP. We are going to take a comfort break. I know you need to stand up, stretch your legs, Go and get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee from virtual hospitality in your own spaces, wherever you happen to be around the world. During the break, though, we want to keep you engaged. So we will be having a number of surveys and polls that you can take part in. Just keep staring at your Zoom screen and you will see those happen. And then in 10 minutes time, 10 minutes from now, we are going to be looking at technology's role in prevention and peace building. I am really looking forward to that session. I will see you in 10 minutes. Hello, it is good to see you. We are looking at a global forum, the very first convened by the United Nations Development Programme, but it's not just the UNDP getting together in the Prevention in Action Forum. It is stakeholders, interested parties, everybody who cares about how do you stop and prevent conflict? How do you build peace? What are the tools? What are the strategies? What is the innovation? I am Femi Okai. I am your forum facilitator. Over the next 2 days, you will hear sessions with experts from in the field who are coming into your virtual reality to discuss and share their ideas. I personally am very excited about this next session. It is about technology's role in prevention of conflict and peace building. Let me introduce you to the moderator because I have to hand over to the moderator. Hello, Christian. Tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Hi, Femi. Thank you very much for that warmth and very candid introduction. My name is Christian Chito. I am the program advisor with Conducive Space for Peace, which is an international organization based out of Denmark that works on transforming the global peace building system by working very closely with local peace builders in different contexts around the world to promote their agency. So it's really wonderful to be joined today with this panel, and I can't wait to have this conversation with our panelists.
Christian, I always feel that people often look at tech and think, this is the magic bullet. This is going to fix everything. All of our challenges, tech is going to do it. When people say that to you and they expect that, what do you tell them about tech?
What I usually tell them is that it's actually a tool that can be used both for good and for bad. And it's actually up to us to be responsible on how we choose to use that tool. And indeed, today we'll be having conversation with different experts from different organizations around the world who have exactly done that. So I can't wait to hear from them as well as to explore this conversation further.
Christian, session 3 is now in your hands. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Femi, for that. And a warm welcome to all our viewers online who are joining this conversation. Again, this is going to be a conversation with different stakeholders who are working on the forefront of using technology for preventing conflict. Maybe to just bring us all in the loop of the content of this discussion, a brief introduction might be very useful. I'd like just to say, as Femi was introducing, that technology can be used both for good and for bad. But we know indeed that in different contexts around the world, local peace builders, local actors are using technology to preventing conflict, to shifting narratives on how young people or women or vulnerable communities can be agents of peace in different contexts. And technology is becoming increasingly a tool for connecting people, and we've seen this especially during this pandemic time. So I'm not going to be further discussing this, but I will hand it over to our amazing panel. Let me just give you a very, very short introduction of who they are so that we can get a chance to know them, and we'll get a chance to know them even during the call. So we'll be joined in this discussion today by Helena Larauri, who is the director of Build Up, a nonprofit that works to identify and apply innovative practices to prevent conflict and tackle polarization, which she co-founded in 2014. Thank you very much for joining us, Helena. We're also joined by Dr. Medina Abdelaziz, who is a research and information analyst for the Norwegian Refugee Council's assessment capacities. Thank you very much, Dr. Medina, as well for joining us. We're joined again by Altia, who is the director at Peace Tech Lab and director of hate speech and peace media programs that leverage media, technology, and data tools to improve and scale peace building outcomes. Thank you very much for joining us, Altia. And lastly, we'll be joined by Yolanda, who is a digital transformation specialist at UNDP. She leads a team that provides advisory support to countries on digital for development issues. Thank you very much, Yolanda, as well, for joining this discussion. Now, let's just get started with a very, very open conversation here, and I hope this is going to be very enriching to all of us. And the best way to get started with this discussion is maybe to ask our panelists to take maybe 3 to 4 minutes. I'm not going to ask for more time. If you can just briefly to bring us in the context of your work, tell us a little bit more of how you've engaged with technology in preventing conflict, just very briefly before we get into the depth of the discussion today. Who would like to go first? I can see Medina shaking her head. Would you be the one going first?
Okay, so very briefly, in the context of the Boko Haram crisis specifically, we use digital technologies, especially the social media tools, to do the different phases of peace building. For example, we start with the conflict analysis stage, where we use digital technology to map out actors and map out conversations. And then we use digital technologies, social media also specifically, to map out intervention strategies. Like I said, I don't want to go into this too much. It's just the brief overview of what we use digital technologies to do. 2 stages, the analysis part, and then in the mapping out of interventions part. When we come deeply into this, I would explain this further.
Very, very good. Thank you so much, Dr. Medina. And maybe we can also hear from Althea, if that's fine. Althea, would you also want to join and just say a few words on how you're using technology for preventing conflicts?
Absolutely. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me. I guess speaking specifically to the hate speech program at Peace Tech Lab, some of the ways that we're using media technology and data tools for our hate speech interventions is around the data collection as well. So just, similarly at various stages using using tech for data collection. We're also doing social media monitoring and analysis. And we're also using some predictive analytic tools to look at predictions of violence on the ground at the state level in some countries. And I'd be happy to talk more about how those interweave with each other, as well as some of the work we've done to develop lexicons of hate speech as a tool. It's a research tool, but it can be used in conjunction with other tech and social media monitoring tools to actually do some of that data gathering and narrative analysis. So I'd be happy to elaborate on that as well.
Thank you very much indeed. And let's hear as well from Elena from Build Up.
Thank you, Christian, and thanks for having me on this panel. At Build Up, we have essentially 3 areas of work where we're using digital technologies. One is what we call the Peace Innovators program, and that's a program that works with local peace builders around the world. At the moment, we're working in Yemen and Syria, in Iraq, Lebanon, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, to look at the work that they're doing and really to identify what would be areas of the peace process they're involved in that could benefit from the use of digital technology to expand their work. And we use an array of digital technologies in data management and strategic communications, but also in networking and dialogue. And the kind of work we can do is anything from working with a Syrian group to build a digital game that explores issues of stereotypes, all the way through to participatory data platforms in Burundi, or doing participatory filmmaking and animation with people inside Yemen. So quite an array of different things. The second area of work that we do is kind of the flip of this. So Christian very nicely pointed out that there's kind of a positive and a negative side to thinking about the use of technology. So we have a program area that really focuses on what we term digital conflict. And this is really addressing and understanding the ways in which technology interacts with conflict dynamics, and whether that happens through through issues around hate speech and surveillance. So some of this intersects with the work that Althea does, whether that has to do with the targeting of content to really shape identities online, or whether it has to do with the kind of network effects of all of that to polarize conversations online. We analyze this kind of digital conflict, and then we design interventions that try to build trust and depolarize narratives online. So that can be, we're doing some work in the US that is trying to depolarize conversations online. We're also currently running, we've done some work recently in Kenya, working with students to intervene to shift narratives on Facebook in particular. And the third area of work is what is essentially looking at what could be virtual adaptations of participatory processes that are part of peace processes. So a lot of this has to do with if you're trying to run a consultation and there are barriers to access, whether they're to do with the pandemic or with the context that you're working in, and you'd still like to run that consultation, how can it be done in a way that doesn't compromise participation and inclusion, that is still safe, and that leverages technology? Right now, we're running a very large consultation in Yemen, on the inclusion of women in the peace process and the views of women around peace, and that's all being done on WhatsApp, just to give a concrete example. We also provide a lot of learning resources around these areas. So there's a number of online free courses that describe the kind of work that we do and provide resources for others who want to take that forward.
Fantastic. I think that was very useful actually to just bring us all into the context of the work of the panelists that we'll be having today. And that gives us also some kind of foundation to kind of probe into some areas of their work and getting to know what are some of the challenges they face and how they actually address these challenges in their own respective context. That actually now brings us to a more detailed discussion. And I would like our panelists to maybe reflect on a few questions here. We have been definitely thinking about ways we can use technology more responsibly. And I think one of the questions that I'd like you to reflect on is what have been some of your experiences for using digital technology as a tool for preventing conflict? And of course, you've touched on a few of the examples on how you're working, for example, build up in Yemen and other country contexts around the world. But I'd like you to maybe give us a little bit more of the context of that. So each panelist will have 5 to 7 minutes now to just share a little bit more elaborately on any of the issues that you've introduced us about your work that you think is really important to this discussion for us in getting to know more about technology and preventing conflict. So let's get started today with, this time we'll get started with Althea. If you can tell us a little bit more about the work, amazing work you're doing with Peace Tech Lab.
Thanks, Christian. And yeah, I'd love to share a little bit. So I'm going to take you through kind of a cascade of the programming and work we've been doing around hate speech. And it really starts with the development of our hate speech lexicons. And we've recently completed 13 different hate speech lexicons in 12 different countries. And I encourage you all to check them out if they're of interest. And these lexicons were really developed out of some of the work we were already doing in the field in terms of supporting journalists with conflict-sensitive journalism training, working with activists in Myanmar who were trying to combat hate speech in their context, but hadn't yet identified the hate speech in that context. And also working with youth in South Sudan who were really pointing us to this issue and to this challenge in terms of the ways in which the conversations online were really shaping some of the conflict dynamics for them. So we developed lexicons. The lexicons are really intended to address this gap in identifying hate speech because of the really coded, nuanced, hyper-contextualized, and also sort of controversial nature of hate speech in terms of what is hate speech, what is not hate speech, and where do you draw these lines. And the lexicons tried to capture at the country level the broadest array of language, words and phrases that are being used that could constitute or be considered hate speech. And I'd be happy to get into the methodology of all of that. But the point is that those lexicons have really been sort of the starting point for our ability to do some of the tech and data and media work that we've done in the hate speech program. So we've used those lexicons and our partners have used those lexicons to monitor hate speech online. And some of that is really useful at a macro level in terms of just seeing where the trends are in terms of spikes of hate speech, and how that might inform us about the conflict dynamics that are taking place on the ground. There's also a more detailed level look that we can look at when you're monitoring to really understand and unpack, well, what are the narratives behind the hate speech that's being used and how is that being shaped and changed over time? So we use the lexicons to do that monitoring. We've also combined it with the predictive analytics I had mentioned earlier, which are basically just an algorithm that that provides a prediction of where violence might occur on the ground next week. And we use those weekly predictions in conjunction with the hate speech monitoring that we were doing to really look at the relationship between online conversations and offline violence. And what we were able to determine or establish from some of that research, we did this in South Sudan and in South Africa, is we were able to, with data, we were able to show a lot of what we kind of anecdotally already knew about the relationship between online speech and increases in violence on the ground. And in South Sudan, we were able to establish that an increase in hate speech this week was most strongly correlated with an increase in violence next week. Again, something that anecdotally people sort of know and have a sense of, but to be able to show it and really look at it and analyze it at a more detailed level was very helpful. And in South Africa, we were actually able to show the reverse direction of the relationship relationship. So we saw actually events on the ground in South Africa that were strongly correlated with spikes in hate speech online. And one thing just to mention about the lexicons, just to bring it into kind of some of the traditional peace building processes, the lexicons themselves end up being in their own way also a form of conflict analysis that happens at the beginning of this cascade of sort of activities in terms of our programming. So we often say that the lexicons are a snapshot in time of the conflict dynamics that are really surfacing in that context in that time. We go to pretty painstaking efforts in order to make them as inclusive and as participatory as possible in terms of developing them, so that what we are really publishing at the end is something that reflects the entirety of that country context in terms of the conflict dynamics and the perspectives around those narratives and whatnot. And finally, I'll just touch on sort of our newest programming that we launched this year at the end of January, which is bringing together all of the partners that participated in the lexicons and developing the lexicons to really better understand some of the best practices for combating hate speech. And I say that loosely because it's a ongoing and developing field. There's no sort of existing toolkit for what that looks like. But we bring together some of the best practices for countering hate speech. We're also introducing some low-cost, easy-to-use technology tools that that those partners can use to do monitoring and do other data analysis or data gathering. And then we're providing some seed funding for them. And I think the third kind of stool in this program that we've launched in January is the ability for these partners to come together and to learn from each other as well, in terms of what's going on in one context, what is similar between these contexts, and also what's unique, and what is really about the conflict context that they're in, and to learn from each other and to support each other in developing basically pilot projects that will bring together kind of all of these pieces, the lexicons, the best practices, and the technology tools to do peace building work in their communities, to do countering hate and countering division projects in their communities. So that's really the array of kind of our programming right now around hate speech. And there's a lot of different tools and sort of intersections of media tech and data tools throughout this that are both, supporting kind of the identification of how tech and media tools are being used maybe for nefarious or negative outcomes in a conflict context, but also how the tools can be incorporated into peace building programming in a very incremental and locally appropriate way to actually address and conduct interventions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Althea, for actually giving us that overview of the work, the amazing work that Peace Tech Lab is doing. I was actually very fascinated by the lexicon that you've mentioned, because actually I have been able to participate in some of your work on the DRC side. And it was very fascinating to what extent you've been able to go deep into communities and trying to understand these very nuances of words that can be used to polarize communities. So this is really a very powerful tool in terms of mitigating conflict and preventing conflicts from going further. But let's now get to hear from Helena from Build Up. And Helena, you've really brought us into the work of Build Up in terms of just the programs that you have. You're talking about peace innovators. You've also talked about the learning resources, and we've had to collaborate between our two organizations on providing these resources to different local peace builders, especially during this time of the pandemic. But let's build to one of the points that Althea has raised, is this point of how to connect peace building and technology. And I'm sure Bill has done fundamental work on this. Can you please tell us from the perspective of your work, what have been the key areas of success and the potentials, especially that you've seen maybe also during this time of the pandemic, to use technology in preventing conflicts during this time?
Christian, it's so daunting to get a question like that, because there are so many directions in which I could possibly take it with the different areas of work. But I think Althea has actually given me an idea of a particular area that I could maybe focus on, because it builds on what she's saying. I think there are many ways in which technologies can support peace builders. I talked about data management, strategic communications. I'm not going to talk about those because they're all other areas. I want to talk specifically about dialogue. And what kind of dialogue can be done online. And the reason I want to do that is because I think it's something that I've heard a lot of peace builders who weren't using technology really begin to talk about over the past year, because they weren't able to convene in person due to social distancing measures and the pandemic, etc. The other reason I want to talk about it is because in some ways the dialogue work that we do, at least one part of it, connects very nicely with the kind of countering hate speech work that Althea was talking about. So if you think of hate speech as essentially the signal that either violence has just happened or violence is to come, as she was describing, in some ways, what we look at is not so much the hate speech, but the polarized conversations that are happening around the hate speech. So the environment that allows for hate speech to emerge, that hate speech is signaling in many ways. And so to make this very concrete, we recently did a piece of work in Kenya with 6 universities in Western Kenya, where we worked with a cohort of students from these universities to analyze not just the hate speech. In fact, we weren't focusing on the hate speech, but more the uncomfortable, the difficult conversations that were happening, the polarizing narratives that were happening that were connected to those hate speech terms, right? And really try to classify what kinds of conversations were coming out and understand what was the tone, what was the sentiment, what were the dynamics of power that were coming out through those conversations. And based on that analysis done with them, provide them with a set of tools based on best practices of nonviolent communications and how to hold essentially community dialogues, but translated for social media. So how would you do this on social media? And what we provided the students with, and they then went on to apply, was a series of essentially, we called them practicums, but they were essentially like challenges. So this week in your social media, find people who are behaving in these ways that we've identified are problematic and lead to polarizing conversations, and try to engage them with these tools related to nonviolent communications. And then come back to the closed group and talk about it. Tell us how it went. What worked, what didn't work. So many things didn't work. Some things did work. Can we build on those? Can we create some best practices around those? And can we begin to understand how trust can be built on social media? There is so much talk about polarization on social media, because that is what we see. So what can be done to reverse some of those trends on the platforms where they are happening? That's been one of the core things that we've been doing that I think is quite interesting and kind of connects to what Althea was saying. I think the other thing I wanted to highlight, because it kind of also builds on that, is also related to how can you have conversations, but not virtual conversations that support peace processes, but not on social media. So sometimes it's not appropriate to have conversations as part of peace processes on social media. It may be unsafe. Maybe it's where everybody is, but it's unsafe. It doesn't feel like a space that people are really going to voice what they think about a process. So over the past year, we've done it before, but much more over the past year, we've been running a number of closed or virtual consultations. And when I talk about these, people always say, that's impossible. It's not possible to have an in-depth conversation about sensitive topics like the ones we need to talk about in peace building online. And I think part of my answer is we've done it. In Burkina Faso, in an attempt to a national consultation on how justice should be defined. In Somalia, on a closed-door conversation about peace-building priorities. Right now in Yemen, on the role, what women think about the peace process in Yemen. It is possible to create those spaces. It's not easy, but it's possible. And some of the things that you have to do is think about how you invite people in, and do you already have trust that you can bring into the online space? Think very carefully about the facilitation of the consultation. It is not the same as bringing people into a room. Content needs to be broken down into very small blocks. It needs to be over-communicated and over-facilitated. There needs to be opportunities for people to connect asynchronously and synchronously. So what I mean is like reply in your own time versus come into a live space. All of these design decisions are really important, but if you get them right, it is possible for people to really contribute in ways that are very conducive to peace, essentially. So I think those were the two examples that I wanted to share. And tell me if you want me to go into more depth on either, but that's probably enough for now.
That's actually very good to continue this conversation. And thank you so much actually for shedding light on how technology can be used actually to facilitate dialogue. And of course, one of the key areas that you've mentioned as well is how to use technology in a way that brings different actors into dialogue, but also using nonviolent ways that engages these actors. I would like also now to turn to Medina, who is definitely also going to expand on this conversation, but looking mainly on how technology has been used in your context or how your organization has been working, especially on relating with refugees and internally displaced persons. If you can maybe just tell us a little bit more about the scope of your work with regards to working with these vulnerable groups.
So in the Nigerian context, the use of digital technology has become very, very important. And this is because of the diverse security situations and security threats that the Nigerian country itself is facing. Of course, the most popular is the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast of Nigeria that has killed over 40,000 people from May 2011 to February 2021. But apart from Boko Haram, which is the most popular, there are other not so popular security threats, such as the emerging banditry crisis in the northwest and north central of the country. Of course, this is threatening to dispose Boko Haram as the most important global threat for Nigeria right now, because last year, 2020, the banditry crisis killed more people, almost 3,400 people died, which is less than what Boko Haram did. 3,200 people were killed by Boko Haram. Apart from that, there is also the insurgency that is gradually creeping back into the conversation, which is the Niger Delta insurgency in the South-South. Apart from that, there is the secessionist ambitions of the indigenous people of Biafra. All of this makes it very important that we have coherent and homogeneous ways that we can start building conversations, and social media is the only way that is providing this. To build on what Elena said and what I initially introduced, we use social media in the Nigerian context to map actors. And this is because we have realized that in the ongoing conversations about peace building, there have been people who have positioned themselves as the link between not the aggressors, but between the two warring parties. In the context of Boko Haram, for example, Ahmed Salkida has been one of the very few journalists that has been known to have direct contacts with the Boko Haram insurgents themselves. He has been known to bring direct information from Boko Haram to both the government and other peace-building actors. He was the one that shared the proof of life video of the kidnapped Chibok girls when they were kidnapped. And so he has positioned himself as one of the partners in peace building, and this is how we use social media for this. We would use it to identify who is important in the conversations and who can help us to get interventions to both parties. Apart from mapping actors, we also use social media and digital technologies to map conversations. And the reason why we have realized that mapping conversations in peace building is important is because there is a need in the broader crisis context to kind of break the peace building interventions into very, very minute details. Sometimes, for example, Boko Haram might be the big conversation about security threat, but peace building interventions and what people are talking about are no longer about the broader crisis context, but about a minute aspect of this crisis. And it is from there that we realize that people will be more receptive to peace building interventions. For example, when in the highest peak of social media of Boko Haram around 2014 and 2015, many people, especially online, were no longer talking about Boko Haram, but they were talking about the killings, human rights and abuses and extrajudicial murders that are being committed by the Nigerian military. And we realized that this aspect of the crisis is what is more important to the people at this point. And if we were to develop peace building interventions, these are the ways, or this is the ways through which we would go through it. And this is one way that we use social media in this context. Also, much more recently, we have realized that in the context of countering Boko Haram's insurgency and helping with reintegration schemes, they have been the program of reintegrating ex-Boko Haram terrorists back into the communities. And the agency or the views of the communities that are affected by this crisis were not sought when this decision was made for this reintegration to take place. And so while the broader conversation was about Boko Haram or about the killings, the more minute conversations that were important to the communities at that time was the fact that nobody consulted them when there was a decision to return back terrorists into their own communities. And because they are the ones that are affected by the crisis, because they are the ones who we want to build peace with, because they are the ones that would listen, these are the ways that we need to know exactly what aspect of the broader security conversation do we need to build interventions through. Apart from the conflict analysis stage where we map out actors and map out conversations, when we start to build peace building interventions, we also use social media to have a balanced view, to shape the balanced conversations. And the reason why we do this is that we've realized, especially in the Boko Haram context, that there's a tendency for one side of the conflict to monopolize all the available information about the conflict. And if we go by just one-sided available information, then we cannot build very effective peace-building interventions. And I, of course, come back to Boko Haram. The Nigerian army, and by extension, the Nigerian government, because they are one and the same in the eyes of the Nigerian people, they have the tendency to always project a situation or atmosphere of being in control of the crisis. They sometimes tend to manipulate figures. They underplay attacks sometimes they overrepresent victories. And this positions the Nigerian army and the Nigerian government as being on top of the situation and winning the war against insurgency. But when you look at social media posts or when you talk to the communities themselves, you realize that this is not true. And so we use social media and interactions from people on social media who are living in these communities to understand exactly what is happening on the ground, get a balanced understanding of what is happening, and then build our interventions from this kind of balanced view and perspective that we have. For this having a balanced view, I would also talk about the most recent End SARS protest that happened, which is basically an identity conflict between the old and the young youth in Nigeria. When the issues surrounding police brutality started, a lot of the Nigerian government essentially ignored it until it was embarrassed into action through the balanced information that was provided by people who had gone through police brutality on social media. When people started to share videos of attacks, when people started to share on the spot reports of what police and different military organizations were doing, that was the time that the Nigerian government was embarrassed into deciding to take action on this kind of crisis. So social media for peace builders, especially in this context, helps us very, very much in order to have balanced view to build interventions with. I remember you also asked about what kind of challenges have we peace builders passed through in terms of using social media for peace building. For example, we realized that because social media is not in the reach of the government, especially, there have been various attempts through social media regulations and laws and bills about social media to regulate what people can post and what people cannot post. The last attempt was, of course, in December 2020, when the House of Assembly and the Senate also started to talk about regulating social media. And for us, this inhibits the kind of conversations and interactions that happen and prevents us from having the clear view that we would need for social media interventions. I also think that as peace builders, we have a tendency to always rely on social media or digital technologies as the only peace building tool. And this doesn't all go well because yes, digital technologies are very, very good. But like you said, they can be used for either good and for bad. And because of this, we need to go more beyond social media. We need to go to the communities. There are a lot of active people on social media, but for every active person on social media, there's one more inactive person who doesn't even have access to electricity or to data or to communication equipment to be on social media. So as peace builders, one of the challenges that we need to always overcome is not to rely just on social media, but to always try and go beyond social media to expand peace building mechanisms to the public. I think one more challenge that I would like to mention here has to do with digital technology companies who have been a bit conflict insensitive in the way they handle conflict, especially that relates to the Nigerian context and the youth buzz that is now dominating social media usage in Nigeria. And I give you a typical example. During the End SARS protest, the CEO of Twitter, Jack, he tweeted about the movement. He gave verified blue tick status to some of the activists who were in charge of, who were like in the forefront of End SARS, and he even created an End SARS emoji for the movement. And this became a rallying point for people to air their views. In contrast, Instagram started to block the posts of people who were posting about the End SARS movement. And this made a lot of youth to believe that Instagram has become a tool for the government to silence people and prevent people from expressing their views. And then they started to trend a boycott Instagram hashtag based on this. And I think, of course, I agree that tech companies need not be, they need now to not be neutral when it comes to this, but I think that they have to also rearrange their conflict sensitivity in order to be able to provide poignant support for people during these kind of issues. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. for that very expansive and very comprehensive sharing on the work that you're doing. And indeed, there are quite a lot of points that you've brought forward, which are really important if we had more time to further dig deep into and try to also get to hear what other panelists have to say. But one thing that really struck me is what you shared around, for every person who is connected through digital means, there's another person who does not have access to electricity, does not have access to digital tools to be able to do that. And I think there's a big gap here as we think about broadly how we use technology to preventing conflicts. How do we then involve all these actors through digital means, through technology, so that we don't leave anybody behind? And I think this is also was echoed by Elena, who was also talked about how do we use technology for including other actors who are not always included in conversations that are high level, for example, communities affected by conflicts. How do we use technology to reach them? And I think there's definitely a lot more here, but I would like now to move to our viewers and those who are throwing questions to our panelists so that we can see if we can maybe take one or two questions. But there's one question that seems very urgent here, and this is actually directed to Helena. And question for you, Elena, is coming from a member on the call, but I'm not sure who is that, but I'm just going to read the question. We faced a real challenge to bring elderly to virtual space to facilitate community dialogue, not only due to them not being tech savvy, but also due to the notion that they did not feel safe. So those community leaders are usually the decision makers and need to be part of the dialogue. And of course, they need to have the mechanism to report back to their community members and inform them about the outcomes of the dialogue. So how do you convince them to come to a virtual space? I'm just wondering if there is any reflection that, Helena, maybe you can share based on the experience that Build Up has had in different contexts like Yemen and where you've interacted with even elderly leaders. How do you incentivize them or encourage them to use digital technologies?
Yeah, this is an excellent question. And I do think sometimes that barrier can be too much to overcome. But I can think of three things that can be done to try to address this. One is, and of course it depends on the structure of the consultation and what kind of a dialogue it was. But one option is to see whether there's a sort of a hybrid online and offline design that you can make. So we've worked, for example, in some consultations where you have young people who actually facilitate local discussions that are offline, and then they're the ones that join the virtual space, both because they're more tech savvy, but also because they feel kind of more fluent in the virtual space, and so it's easier to build trust with them online. So this idea of can you do some things offline for people who really are not willing to come into a virtual space, and then have somebody essentially be a rapporteur of that offline space into the virtual space. That's one idea. The second one is to really try to see whether this is an issue of the platform that was offered. So is there an opportunity to offer, there's a couple of things here. You could try to think about whether you can offer some kind of training in a platform that is useful to the elderly community members anyway. So it's not just so that they can join the consultation, but actually it would be useful for them to get these skills. And so that's one way of building trust. The more people use a platform, the more likely they are to continue using it. And the second is to just ask what they already use. I mean, most community members, even in very remote areas, will use some kind of a platform. Is it possible for you to tailor what you're trying to do to whatever platform they're on? And whether that's a messaging service, or even if the only thing that they're using is text messaging, there are things that you can do in that way, or even by interactive voice response, so essentially IVR, where people are calling in and leaving messages, audio messages. And I think the final point, which kind of connects to this, is everywhere that it's very difficult to take something that is developed elsewhere and just drop it into a place. And so the key question that I would ask is it possible for community members, in the same way that you would involve them in the development of the agenda, in thinking through who needs to be invited and how a dialogue is going to be facilitated? I'm sure you're doing that already. Is it possible to bring the same kind of participation into the design of the virtual space? And we say this not just for dialogues, but for any kind of technology that is going to be used in a peace building process. the more you involve people in actually designing the technology that is going to be used and making critical choices, the more likely it is that it'll be adopted.
Thank you very much indeed, Elena, for that sharing. And there's quite a lot of what you shared, which I think is really connecting to earlier conversation that we've also had here with Althea, who's talked about hate speech and how, you know, Peace Tech Lab is using different ways to actually counter hate speech. And I think at this point, although we do not have enough time, I would like also to bring in Yolanda from UNDP, and who is also going to reflect a little bit more on what all this means for the work that UNDP has been doing. Just to remind us all, Yolanda is a digital transformation specialist at UNDP, and she leads a team that provides advisory support to countries on digital for peace, for development issues. So Yolanda, what are you taking from all of this amazing sharing and learning that we're having so far?
Thank you so much, Christian. And it's such a fantastic discussion. I've learned a lot and been digesting, and I already see a lot of areas for collaboration actually. So in the team that I come from, we work on digital transformation, not just for UNDP, but in all the countries that we work with. So let me step back a little bit. I think, Christian, you mentioned the digital divide and the gap just like a minute ago. And I think that's a brilliant point. And that's really something we really need to take that very seriously, because digital is not the solution to all. And we really need to think about how we reach the unconnected and how we really bring those people into the conversation. And we're talking about a dialogue here. So those are the people that we easily forget. And then one thing I think that's important to keep into consideration is we need to remember digital accelerated a lot of things, but it also accelerated the risks. So that's all the things we're discussing here: the hate speech, the misinformation, the deepfakes, the cybersecurity. And from UNDP, we've seen like more than 250 digital solutions just for COVID for last year. And many of them, I was looking at the data actually in the crisis response and prevention space. But on the digital, I think a couple of observations and also listening to the panelists, I think it's obvious that the nature of scale really provides opportunity for scaling. It can reach more people than ever. So you can do that. In the old days, you can only do a workshop with 10 people, and now you can easily reach 10,000 people. So to give you a UNDP example, that coming actually in the pre-COVID stage, but still going on. So in Asia Pacific, we mobilized using Facebook to prevent, for an online campaign to prevent online extreme violent extremism, and that reaches 31 million people. So in the old days, we might be able to reach like 31,000 people, and now it's 31 million. And I think one of the panelists mentioned earlier that the digital platforms and social media platforms could be used for good or bad. So in the example you cited before, Instagram could be used for blocking things, but by working with the private sector partners in the right way, we can also really leverage the power of online. And digital also provide more data than ever. And so Althea, you mentioned the lexicon is such a brilliant idea, and the hate speech studies that we are kind of working. And I hope to connect you with our Tunisia country office actually, because they're doing something exactly the same. I hope we can kind of share the kind of algorithm and the methodology so we don't reinvent the wheels. And that's the other point. UNDP has been working on hate speech topic online and offline in more than 72 countries. So how we can really make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel each time, but really building a global platform that could be easily tapped into and could be leveraged and benefit all the different countries. And how we can really, once a digital solution is invented, how we can really push that cross borders. So for example, UNDP had a digital quiz for combining information starting in India, but that kind of platform can be really easily scaled to other countries. So that idea and that platform has been scaled to Timor-Leste, Cabo Verde, Kuwait, and Morocco. So that's just one example. And for all the brilliant studies and and the solutions the panelists have been introducing, how we can leverage the UNDP presence on the ground and how we can really move that beyond the borders and be used for more people. So that's the idea of digital public goods that we are kind of pushing, and we hope to really work with you all to move that further. And I'll end with the approach that we're really pushing for through all our digital transformation effort, which is the whole of society approach. It's nothing new, but in the digital space, it's more important than ever, because a lot of the times we think, okay, digital is the job of the ICT minister or it's a civic tech advocates, but it's not. It really needs the trust. As Helena, you've been pointing out, the trust is really important among all the actors, and we need to know the actors. So Medina, you've been talking about how we can really map that actors to know who we can engage and who can help us move this further and move the needle further. So we welcome collaboration, and I look forward to really work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, for that very powerful and very inviting sharing indeed, because partnership is going to be key in trying to address all of these complex challenges that we're all grappling with, both using technology and also looking at the gap that exists in terms of who is excluded and who is included in using digital technologies. We are unfortunately coming on top of the hour for this session. But what I'd like to do in the final 5 minutes for this session is to maybe invite our panelists again to just conclude with one recommendation. And this time we're going to we're going to ask Althea to start again. Maybe just one thought or one recommendation in general about these issues that we are really talking about, and what would be your first step of action if we can look at this conversation we had today as Peace Tech Lab. What could be one takeaway that you would say this is going to be our next move in terms of taking this conversation forward?
Sure, thank you. I think I'll introduce both a recommendation, but also it's a little bit of a dilemma as we continue to kind of explore these intersections. And so I think Yolanda's point, part of what people are seeing in terms of the opportunity and advantage of technology is to scale our programming. But I think too often, and this is a narrative that we've heard for a long time in terms of the intersection of tech with development or peace building, which is really what are the appropriate tools for the work that we're doing, and not letting the tools actually lead the goals and the objectives of the work that we're doing. And so while scaling is one of the huge advantages that we have with some of these tools, my recommendation is actually to recontextualize. As soon as we start taking some of the programming that we're doing and just automatically scaling it, or thinking that scaling is the goal as opposed to peace building goals and outcomes kind of being the focus of our goal. So I would just see in the hate speech space, there's a lot of desire to take some of the lexicons and to scale them to languages and to scale them globally, but actually you have to just recontextualize that language over and over again. That's where conflict is happening. And I think it needs to be situated in that context. So a lot of, familiar themes, but applied at this intersection as well. And thanks so much for everyone on the panel. It's been great to be with you today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Althea. Maybe let's take to Medina as well to get to hear any final reflections as well on this point.
I think I would also tread on Althea's mood and give one recommendation and also introduce a dilemma at the end of my recommendation. I think going forward, the thing that we would like to focus more now would be how to use digital technologies for proper framing of conflict context. And this is because framing has been identified as very, very important, because it reinforces the kind of interventions that you as a peace builder develop for peace building context. But more importantly, also because framing is very important for the affected communities. They are sensitive to what kind of framings they are referred to, whether you refer to a group of bandits as terrorists or you refer to a group of peaceful protesters as terrorists, because you are the government and you need a kind of framing to justify your actions against them. So I think going forward, this is one of the ways that we as peace builders in the Nigerian context can use digital technology to understand how this works and how this can help. Now my dilemma: how much of intervention or how not neutral would we like digital technologies to be involved in peace building and in conflict context? Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Medina. Let's finally hear from Elena as we start wrapping up the session.
I love both Althea's and Medinat's recommendations, so it's hard to go last, but I'm actually going to build a little bit on what Medinat just said about the non-neutrality of technology. Christian, at the beginning, you said technology can be used for good and it can be used for bad or for evil, if you want, by good actors and by bad actors. I would like to recommend, and this is also a dilemma, that we start to think not so much of technology as a tool, but of the ways that technology might be tooling us. In other words, how is the use of digital technologies changing the human experience in ways that interact with conflict? If that seems abstract, think about the way that your children, if you have them, or young people around you form their identities and how much of that plays out online and how that shapes the way that they approach individual and interpersonal conflict. And then scale that and think of the network effects. I think there is now such a thing as digital conflict drivers, and we need to understand what those are so that we can also address them online and offline.
Wonderful. I think that's a very, very beautiful way of landing this conversation. And I really like the point you've also raised, Elena, on how to think or reframe our thinking on how we use technology. It's not just tooling us, but it's not just a tool, but it's tooling us to really consider and think conflict very differently. I think this conversation has really been rich, and I wish we had more time to continue this discussion. And as we start wrapping up, my hope and my expectation from this discussion is that we are not going to end it here, and that there will be continuous conversation. And I'm hoping that the leadership of UNDP is going to allow for these exchanges to continue, for these collaborations, for these kind of partnerships to continue. Because as we embark on addressing conflicts that are also kind of exponential now with the pandemic and all of these underlying challenges that peace building is facing, we will need partnerships that are more strong and that can go for the long run. So I've really enjoyed learning from all of you, and I look forward to continuing this discussion. Femi, it's up to you again to tell us what we do from now.
Thank you very much, Christian, for some excellent moderating. And it's easy to moderate in an excellent way when you have an excellent panel. So session 3, I salute you. Thank you so much. So this is the Prevention in Action Global Forum. There are several critical qualities that if you work in the prevention of conflict and you work in peace building, you should really have in your toolbox: tenacity, patience, hope, being able to manage in a crisis and manage all of the challenges that are thrown at you. Hello, Mr. Stefan Oswald. Unmute yourself, make your video available to us. I would say that your appearance in today's forum pretty much sums up all of those critical qualities that you need in peace building and prevention in conflict, because not only have we tried to speak to you once, we've tried to speak to you twice, and this is the 3rd time. So the audience, the forum attendees are going to be very excited to see if the tenacity, the hope, the ability to crisis manage is going to pay off. Mr. Stefan Oswald is the Director General, the Federal Ministry for Economic Development for the Federal Republic of Germany. I know this isn't very much like the UNDP to do this, but I am doing this. Both of my fingers are crossed, my legs are crossed, my toes are crossed. Over to you, Stefan. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. And it seems now that you can hear me.
We can indeed. I'm excited. Go ahead.
It also seems that, let's say, the internet seems also to be quite stable. So I'll try my level best to share some ideas with you. And I think we had already a good start a bit earlier in the morning, looking on the New York City side. Well, I think looking on the situation like we are in now with the COVID-19 crisis, looking on various features of a crisis, it means it is not only one facet we see. It is, we had a study by the Munich Security Conference. It's a polypandemic. It is not only an issue of, let's say, a health issue. You have parallelly quite a number of other features like an economic crisis. Let's say, looking on the African continent, let's say, at the beginning of the pandemic a year ago, the medical well issues were quite minimal, but from the first second onwards, we had the economic and social effects. So we have also looking on the issue of conflict prevention. I think when I was saying there is no glory in prevention, afterwards I was then disconnected. I think it is an issue which is quite important to have in mind. That is a lot easier, and we see that all with all these calls on humanitarian aid for Yemen, for Syria, and so on and so on. It's a lot easier to make then a case than to prevent it. You get a lot more response if things are really in trouble than if you're trying to avoid that things are moving into trouble. So conflict prevention is a very important issue. And I think I mentioned it in my first contribution when the Ambassador Bankole, our incoming commissioner, was reflecting on the Agenda 2063. And I think the Agenda 2063 drafted by the African Union members cannot be overestimated in its contribution towards Africa's future, because it has really basically the pillars of economic development. It has peace and security, and it has governance. Yeah. And I think all those issues, it is a multidimensional feature, need to be taken into account if one is looking really towards prevention. And normally looking also on issues, let's say, what are the drivers of conflict? It is, of course, normally the bread and butter issues. It's access to jobs, it's access to food, it's access to political participation, and it is, let's say, finally inclusion. Looking on, let's say, why is, let's say, Niger a lot better performing in, let's say, dealing with a crisis in the Sahel compared to Mali? It has to do with inclusion of different parts of the society, which is functioning in Niger a lot more professionally than in Mali, for example. Anyway, I wanted to share with you some observations on how Germany is dealing with it. We moved into a reform process, so-called BMZ 2030. And let's say the multidimensional approach is, I think, at the center of what we are doing. Well, we started, let's say, as a German government with the 2017 guidelines, preventing crisis, resolving conflicts, building peace as a whole of government approach. And this multidimensional interministerial approach is how we, as a federal government, move towards making the issues well tackled by different ministries, but with the same goal to, let's say, overcome the problem. We want to address the causes and drivers of conflict, and prevention means also directly improving the capacity for nonviolent conflict transformation. It is not a given that development cooperation as such, without specifically addressing causes and drivers of conflict, is prevention. It is really depending on how we design our programs as conflict prevention programs, and of course a very careful analysis. This is the feature of the BMZ 2030 reform strategy. The element number one of three elements which I consider very important is that we have selected we have a focus on our efforts on peace, and we have selected of the 5 core subject areas as number one, peaceful and inclusive societies. This corresponds to SDG 16. The second element is the launch of a new cooperation model, the so-called Nexus and Peace Partners. It includes around 10 countries characterized by long-lasting or recurrent crises and conflicts, fragility and forced displacement. With the new Nexus and Peace Partners, we can strategically focus our efforts on contributing to stability, reconstruction, and strengthening potentials for peace by tackling root causes of conflicts and displacement, thus reducing fragility aspects. This involves focusing on prevention and strengthening resilience, as well as ensuring better operationalizing of the humanitarian development peace nexus. Allow me to come back to strengthening resilience. I think especially looking on issues like desert locust plague or even on COVID-19, if you have societies which are more resilient because they are better embedded into their environment, have enjoyed a couple of measures in this regard, they are of course a lot more resistant to external shocks. This is also something we are approaching jointly with the United Nations family represented by WFP and UNICEF in the Sahel. When engaging with the Nexus and Peace Partners, we can do so with more flexibility. Strategic timeframes are shorter, and we are more flexible with our funding mechanisms and our modes of cooperation with partners. The third element of our focus on peace is that we have selected conflict sensitivity as one of BMZ's 6 quality criteria. No matter where we engage or in what areas, all our measures need to be conflict sensitive. We apply, of course, the do no harm principle, but of course, do no harm is necessary, and it is not yet sufficient. This is, of course, part of our strategic planning and implementation, and it must entail doing good in terms of preventing and peace building wherever possible. Let me finish my remarks by highlighting that we need to better communicate the often very complex endeavor of reducing the risk of violent conflict. Our investments in conflict prevention have to become more evident and register as prevention in the midst of common citizens and policy makers. These are often long-term investments in promoting structural and institutional change when they succeed. They rarely attract attention. Together we should and we can change this perception. And I come in this time also back to Mr. Wahba, who also mentioned that, let's say, in his question, if you let's say, if you prevent something, it is also mostly very difficult really to trace it. And that's, let's say, one of the challenges which still lie ahead of us. Thank you very much. And thank you also for your patience.
And tenacity. We refuse to not have you in day one of this very important global forum, the very first one. Stefan, Oswald, we really appreciate you coming back and joining us and adding your expertise to our conversation. Appreciate you. So, part of the reason for the UNDP convening this forum is really to emphasize the role of development in peace building and preventing of conflict. And one of the ways that the UNDP wanted to do this with their partners, their stakeholders, other parties who are very interested in doing the same thing, was to really tap into the experience, the knowledge of people who've been doing this for a very long time, almost like pulling up a chair, tell us your anecdotes, your stories, your advice. And that's what will happen in the reflection sections of our forum. Mirjana Šopolović, nice to see you. You have such an impressive title, Mirjana. I'm going to get you to impress the audience beyond the UNDP with your title. Welcome. Explain who you are and what you do, Mirjana.
Sorry, I've been up since 3 in the morning due to the time change, and my voice is leaving me. But thank you, Femi. And thank you, Asako, also for having me in this session. And I'm very pleased, Oscar, to be sharing this time slot with you. It's a great honor. And let me just briefly introduce myself. I'm the Regional Director and Assistant Administrator at UNDP for Europe and Central Asia. It's a function that I've had for something a little more than 2 years now, and have learned to operate as a development agency in a politically highly complex and relatively or comparatively developed region that nevertheless is regularly confronted with different layers and shapes of conflict. Now, I've been in this session for a little more than an hour, and thank you, Sam, also for giving us a brief update on what was discussed earlier in the session. What I want to do in the few minutes that I'm given is to reflect on some of the issues from a maybe more higher meta level, but also to reflect on it from the region-specific experiences of last year in Europe and Central Asia. As I've mentioned before, it's a predominantly middle-income economies composed region that has traditionally enjoyed relatively high human development levels, but it has not been spared from conflict. I mean, we lived through the Yugoslavia war a few decades ago, and ever since then, also in the Southern Caucasus and Western CIS region, we've seen eruptions of crisis and conflict in different shapes, and many of these conflicts are, not only decades but centuries old. And what we can also observe in the region is what happens with unfinished peace building processes and what happens if long-term vulnerabilities are not addressed. And if I look at what UNDP can learn from all of this and where we can be stronger even going forward is tackling these long-term vulnerabilities more than the short-term, because we are doing peace building with developmental tools. However, we need to understand the political context in order to understand where we can have a development impact in the countries we work with and in the regions we work in. Now, as I also said, the region is politically very dynamic and highly complex. We saw this in the context of Nagorno-Karabakh a few months ago. We also saw it, what happens when the people loses trust in governments, especially coming out of elections. We saw it in Kyrgyzstan, we saw it in Belarus, and we saw it in other parts of the region as well. And of course, in other regions across the globe. And this is probably and partially due to the fact that COVID has generated not only new vulnerabilities, but aggravated some of the challenges that we saw even before the COVID crisis. I'm speaking about the erosion of social cohesion. We've heard much about this, the erosion of social contracts in many parts of the world, but also the fact that COVID has even accelerated, rising inequalities that have a huge impact on democratic rule and political stabilities in all the countries, including in Western Europe, as we can see every day. And these inequalities that we are observing and that are aggravating and growing also concern the digital divides. It's particularly true for marginalized groups and hard to reach areas. And the digital divide is also extremely visible in the gender gap that we are observing across the world. And what we are also observing is that the gender-related inequalities are rising as well in all the regions or many regions of the world. So let me address some of these dimensions. I'm not going to be complete in reflecting what has been discussed in the morning, but I think what we have to say is that, COVID has shown us how, governance, economies, environment, and trust in public institutions, trust in leadership, and digital transformation walk hand in hand. I mean, we cannot divide one from the other anymore. And whether we call it the nexus, whether we call it peace building, whether we call it anything new, fact is we have to work across pillars and we have to take everything into account simultaneously and constantly have the full spectrum of this Agenda 2030 and all sustainable development goals on our radar screen. Now, if you look at UNDP's value add in terms of tackling long-term vulnerabilities and tackling peace building related issues, there's a strong case for improved governance, effective public institutions and services. I think this is something that we have learned also in the context of our COVID response. We have to make government functions more effective, serving the people where they have needs, responding to their concrete needs, but also being resilient and future-oriented in seeing the challenges that are forthcoming and seeing the opportunities also that are forthcoming. The second strong focus that we already have and that brings us a great comparative advantage in the context of peace building is our focus and our capacity on the ground in the countries at the national level, our traditional and long-standing, close relationship with the governments, but especially our presence and our work at the local level. It's the local work and the fact that we can combine our local work and trust with the policy space at the national level that can, amplify our impact also in terms of peace building. And there are two transversal issues that we have to re-emphasize now, especially coming out of COVID. One is clear, we've heard it, it's digital transformation. Our COVID response has shown there's a digital component in everything we do nowadays, and we have to learn with it and we have to systematically integrate it into our planning and programming. And there's the gender dimension and the youth dimension. And I'm particularly talking about gender because with the technology gap and with the rising inequalities, we have to make sure that we empower women in all aspects and girls in particular. We have to empower them to become decision makers. And that includes economic empowerment, that includes making sure that women control assets, making sure that digital literacy is reaching women as well and is reaching remote places as well, and remote communities is reaching youth. And that's why the LNOB, the leave no one behind aspect or principle is so important and is going to become increasingly important. What we also see as an advantage is the shift, or not as an advantage, what is particularly adequate today is also that we learn to shift towards a more systems approach, a portfolio approach. I will just give you a few examples before closing. And I'm closing with these examples, Oscar, because we are implementing many of them together with the Peacebuilding Fund and with your office. But I think what is important is that we work at the local level, that we build resilience and cohesion at the local level, taking into account digital, women, new tech, but also working across the different areas, environment, governments, jobs at the same time, social protection, because it's not going to work, especially in complex regions like the one I work with, if we continue to pursue an individual project-based approach to tackling specific problems at the local or national level. So we have in the last 2 years significantly invested in increasing our programmatic footprint in the Fergana Valley, also looking at the cross-border element and not combining that with our local presence. We work there with the Russia Trust Fund, with the European Union, with bilateral donors, but as I said, also with the Peacebuilding Fund. And we are not only promoting trade, livelihoods, increasing employee skills, including digital in business and entrepreneurship, but we are also looking at climate risks and at bringing technology into smart irrigation. We are doing the same in the RLC region, and again, using a systems approach there and a portfolio approach. And secondly, and this is what we heard as well, we are using internet and we are using social media. We are partnering with new organizations on new data collection models, even with the European Space Agency, most recently in Ukraine and Moldova. And we are also using social media and digital tools to increase trust in institutions at the local level. We've heard a lot from the experience in Nigeria and other parts, but just to add another example, in Kazakhstan, we are working with the community police by introducing cyber volunteer initiatives to increase trust in public institutions and at the same time increase security for the local population. In Kosovo, we are using public pulse initiatives that collect data obtained through public perception polls, which is important, and we've heard this on and on again in the discussions. We need to know where people come from. We need to turn the digital tools that we have and the opportunities that we have with tech into the positive and bring humanity into technology and technological advancement and preventing the misuse for hate speech and the other bad things that we see increasing across the regions. This is just sharing a few impressions I've had in this discussion. It was extremely interesting. I've learned a lot and I'm looking forward to hearing you now, Oscar. Over to you, Femi.
Thank you very much, Mariana. The Assistant Secretary General for Peacebuilding Support at the United Nations is Oscar Fernandez Taranco. Oscar, it's a great bit. It's a great role to have at the very end of a forum. It's also a terrible role because they're going to remember you for either good or for bad reasons. I know it's going to be for good reasons, Oscar. Over to you.
Thank you, Femi, and thank you, colleagues from UNDP. This is really coming back to the family. Good to see you, Mariana. Good to see you, Asako. Good to see you, Sam, and many that I've seen in the little squares popping up and out. Again, to really commend UNDP for organizing this global forum. I think this is extremely important to actually help align how the UN system starts coming together around the issue of prevention, peace building, and the issues of the nexus. I was asked to actually reflect a bit about where we are on the humanitarian development peace nexus issues. I know that, and most certainly Mourad must have talked about this earlier on, we have an ongoing discussion on these issues in the many multiple forums that we work within the UN. But let me try to make 3 brief points on the issue of the coherence between these 3 extremely important communities and where I think things are going and how much progress I think there has been. So 3 quick points. The first is that we are seeing a reinvigorated nexus logic. We see an increasing momentum in terms of addressing the issues and breaking the silos between development actors, humanitarian actors, and peace and security or peace building actors here. And in great part because I think this has been propelled by a shift of attitudes among the member states. I think we have the twin resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly, the 2016 resolution on peace building and sustaining peace that really address this issue of coherence and the need to break the silos, but also the important outcomes of the 2016 and the 2020 QCPRs. So a lot of shift of positions among member states, but equally important, the big changes and transformational changes that are taking place within the UN, the reforms of the Secretary General, the restructuring of the development system, the peace and security pillars, etc., all seeking to actually bring this notion of collaboration, cross-pillar work very much at the center of the reform. And then you just heard from the German representative how much development cooperation shift of policy is happening. They are incorporating humanitarian development, peace, nexus issues at the heart of their funding decisions. So the issues of incentives, the issues of behavior, how the leadership of the organization is shifting to ensure that there's more collaboration is creating a much more effective collaboration that we're starting to see. And I just heard some of the examples, but we know, for example, in Burkina Faso, in Central African Republic, in Colombia, many places around the world, we are starting to see much more collaboration, not just humanitarian development and peace building, but also human rights actors. So, but I do believe that part of the challenge we have going forward is that on these nexus discussions, it's extremely important that we see this as a dynamic interplay, if you will. We constantly need to be recalibrating the how can I say, the inputs, the collaboration across these different areas of work, and to seek how we reprioritize activities across humanitarian development and peace building. If only because prevention right now is very much cast as something we do not just before the conflict, but also during a conflict setting, and clearly in a post-conflict setting. So one of the key aspects here, and I think the German representative and others were talking about, is the importance in the context of building back better that Mariana was just talking about, the importance of focusing and incorporating conflict sensitivity in much of what we're doing right now in our ongoing socioeconomic response plans. The most significant entry point, and I say this as coming from the UN Secretariat, is how important the entry points are through the 2030 agenda. It's extremely important because the agenda itself does address the drivers, most of the drivers of conflict, and is a manner that helps us engage with governments on addressing the risks. So, but I do believe that somehow we do need to improve how we are using the 2030 agenda entry points, because many times we see that the incentives really to act early and collaboratively are not always there. So one important point that I would sort of posit here is that development actors really do need to see the CCA as a critical entry point in identifying the risk factors on violent conflict, and then be able to focus on the prevention and conflict sensitive approaches that Mariana was just referring to, and peace building outcomes in the cooperation frameworks. We need to, in so doing, then leverage all the different instruments and tools that we have across the pillars of the UN. And I'm sure Miroslav this morning was referring to some that are particularly important from the peace and security pillar. Let me possibly mention additional ones. I think the Peace Building Commission as an intergovernmental member state platform is increasingly playing a very important role here in terms of having the discussion, these nexus discussions, and demystifying them, and actually translating policy, political, development discussions that are happening on a country or regional basis into concrete programming and programmable action to address peace building and prevention needs. This is something that we've seen change quite fast, and I think speaks to the importance of using this platform. And again, we're always very keen to invite UNDP to share its experiences, because again, it creates a lot of substance and context. The second, of course, is the Peace Building Fund. Mediana mentioned it. I mean, this is an instrument that is meant to be catalytic, to be very fast, responsive, and to help actually bring coherence into the efforts of the UN country teams under the leadership of the resident coordinators. There's a lot that can be said about how we can program better, but again, good analysis, joint analysis, and identifying entry points is always something that we can become much better at. And you have the instrument of the Peace Building Fund as an important enhancer, a proof of concept, if you will, that allows agencies, funds, and programs to be able to actually scale up many of the great initiatives, that some of them that were just referred to in the previous session. The second point would be on the importance of jointness. The issue of joint analysis and integrated planning are, I think, crucial for the building back better notion at the local, national, and regional levels. And here, as we know, the role of the resident coordinator has changed significantly, but how he or she is leading on this aspect of prevention across the humanitarian development peace nexus really, at the end of the day, happens if she or they are building and leveraging the strengths and capacities that exist within the agencies, funds, and programs present in any given context. And here, I would just, from my own personal experience and from a lot of the work that we're doing, just pay particular tribute to UNDP, because I think UNDP's strengths are absolutely unrivaled in the system in terms of the work that has been happening on peace building and prevention, around issues of data, around issues of assessments, around issues of the presence and the programming abilities. It's really a huge asset to the UN system. And here I say this because right now, actually, UNDP constitutes more than half of our how can I say, program, half of the program of the Peace Building Fund is actually being led by UNDP. And many of the examples that Medina, Telena, Athena, Yolanda mentioned are very much the type of issues that we're trying to help jumpstart through UNDP. I think important here is that DCO is also playing a very important role in guiding this process of breaking the silos and advancing on the nexus issues. And here the quality of the CCAs and the cooperation framework seem to be increasing in real time quite significantly. I mean, in the most recent statistics, we know that almost 57% of the country cooperation frameworks are addressing peace building, national peace building priorities, but also 90% claim to be addressing the drivers of need, risk, and vulnerability. So again, the issue of internal coherence and jointness needs to also be paired with then the third and final point here, which is the importance and the quality and depth of the partnerships that we're able to undertake. This HDP nexus requires effective partnerships, not just with the international financial institutions and the regional institutions, but equally important with civil society, who are critical in terms of their leadership and local peace building initiatives, and especially on the priorities of empowering women and youth in peace building initiatives. The partnership with the World Bank, I think, is particularly rewarding. I'll say a few words on that because I think it is extremely promising and evolving quite rapidly. We are, as we speak, working already in some 50 crisis-affected situations, and there are over some 30 initiatives solely focusing on the areas of prevention. You all know that the bank has a new FCV strategy, a bold IDA sort of rollout program, and here I believe that the UN has a unique opportunity to bolster its comparative advantages so that we can actually be addressing root causes, drivers of conflict and drivers of fragility, but with much more resources that the system is able in itself be able to mobilize internally. The bank's prevention and resilience allocations, I think, is extremely powerful and new tool that can help really create much more momentum in the type of activities we're undertaking to focus on prevention. The most recent example has been the framework that was recently approved in Burkina Faso, which is tackling progress against a national strategy of reconciliation. This, again, a very good example of how we've been able to work across the nexus, but also bring key partners on board. And I think, again, the partnership with the bank is important, and in its partnership, the UN also needs to be able to speak much more jointly and much more, if you will, with a common position. The role of the peace and development advisors, I think, is a crucial and natural entry point. And we need clearly to invest much more in joint data, joint analysis, and convene much more around shared diagnostics, again, to align priorities and country strategies.
Oscar, you are doing a fantastic job. What is the most important thought you want to leave us with as we are at the end of today's session? We're at the end. So the most important word, because you are framing this beautifully. What do we need to do next? But the most important sentence is about to come out of your mouth.
The
Oscar.
most important sentence is, again, the breaking of the silos requires, again, jointness in the analytics and transferring the analytics into concrete programming, where I believe UNDP is uniquely placed to lead on much in this field.
Thank you, Oscar Fernandez Taranco. We appreciate your thoughts, your expertise, your guidance, your framing. Thank you so much. The Prevention in Action Global Forum continues on March the 4th. The three big sessions will be about governance. Isn't that the answer to every major national, international issue? The future of peace building. Where are those innovative thoughts to take us forward? And also this one, I'm going to be leaning into this one, partnerships with the private sector. Where do the private sector fit into peace building? Those are questions for March the 4th. If you joined this forum at any point later than 8:45 a.m. Eastern, do not worry. Go on social media and look for this hashtag Peace Building Forum, and also hashtag Development for Crisis, because this global forum is part of a much bigger umbrella, a much bigger series, an ambitious series that the UNDP is holding between now and June. And those development dialogues are looking at innovative ways to see development and how to deal with crisis. So stay tuned for that. That's Development for Crisis. You'll find that conversation, those conversations online. So I have one more thing to do, and that is to tell you that this forum continues at 8:45 a.m. on March the 4th. Thank you for participating in the conversations today, for your questions, your thoughts, panelists, for your guidance, moderators, for your fantastic moderating. We will reconvene 8:45 a.m. on March the 4th. See you then.